Welcome to another peaceful evening. I'm glad you've chosen to spend part of your night here with me. Before we begin, find a comfortable position and allow yourself to fully relax. Let your breathing slow down naturally. Take a deep breath in and slowly let it go. Again, a gentle breath in and a long, comfortable breath out. As you settle in, I'd love to hear from you. What time is it where you are right now, and where are you listening from tonight? One of my favorite parts of these evenings is seeing listeners gathering from all around the world, each settling into their own quiet corner of the night. Wherever you are, and whatever kind of day you've had, know that this time is for you. A chance to slow down. A chance to let your thoughts become a little quieter. A chance to simply listen. So make yourself comfortable and let's begin tonight's journey together. Long ago, in a quiet valley surrounded by blue mountains and slow-moving clouds, there was a village built along an old pilgrimage road. The road had existed for generations. It wound through forests, crossed narrow bridges, past rice fields, and climbed toward a distant monastery high in the hills. Every year, travelers walked this road seeking blessings, wisdom, healing, or simply silence. Some carried offerings, some carried questions, some carried grief they could not name. Among the villagers lived a young man named Narlin. Narlin was known as dependable. He helped his neighbors repair roofs. He carried water for the elderly. He worked hard in the fields. He rarely complained aloud. Because of this, many people believed he was peaceful. But inside, Narlin was not peaceful. For many years, he had carried a quiet bitterness. It began with small disappointments, a harsh word from his father, a friend who betrayed him, a dream that never came true, a love that ended without explanation. None of these things had destroyed him. At least, that is what he told himself. He continued working. He continued smiling. He continued doing what was expected. But something inside him had changed. He became easily irritated. Small mistakes angered him. Other people's happiness made him feel strangely resentful. When someone spoke kindly to him, he suspected hidden motives. When someone criticized him, even gently, the words stayed in his mind for days. Yet if anyone asked what troubled him, he always answered, "Nothing." One spring morning, the village prepared for the annual pilgrimage to the mountain monastery. Dozens of villagers would walk the old road together. They would spend 3 days traveling through forests and hills before reaching the temple. There, they would light lamps, offer flowers, and listen to teachings from the monks. Narlin joined them, not because he felt especially devoted, but because he hoped the journey might quiet his restless heart. At dawn, the group gathered near the village gate. The air was cool. Mist rested on the fields. Birds called softly from the trees. The pilgrims carried simple bags of food and water. Among them walked an elderly monk named Venerable Sander, who had come down from the monastery to guide the group. He was small, thin, and very old. His steps were slow but steady. His face carried the calmness of someone who had made peace with many seasons. Before they began, Venerable Sander looked at the group and said, "Walk gently." The villagers bowed. Then the journey began. At first, the road was easy. The sun rose slowly over the fields. Children laughed. Travelers spoke cheerfully. The morning light touched everything with gold. But after several hours, the path became rougher. Stones appeared beneath the dust. The ground rose gradually toward the hills. The pilgrims grew quieter. Nalin walked near the middle of the group. At some point, he felt a small discomfort in his right shoe. At first, he ignored it. It was nothing, just a tiny pressure beneath his foot. He continued walking. A little later, the pressure became sharper. Something was inside his shoe. A pebble, perhaps. Small. Annoying. He considered stopping to remove it, but the group was moving steadily, and he did not want to fall behind. So he kept walking, step after step. The stone pressed into his foot. At first it was merely irritating, then painful. Nalin's mood darkened. The cheerful voices around him began to annoy him. The sunlight seemed too bright. The road seemed too long. When a child accidentally bumped into him, he snapped, "Watch where you're going." The child stepped back, startled. Nalin immediately felt ashamed. But instead of apologizing, he blamed the road. He blamed the heat. He blamed the child. He blamed everything except the stone in his shoe. By midday, they stopped near a stream to rest. The pilgrims removed their bags and drank cool water. Some washed their faces. Others shared rice cakes and fruit. Nalin sat apart from the group. His foot throbbed. Venerable Sanda approached quietly. "You seem troubled," the monk said. Nalin forced a smile. "I am fine." The monk looked at him gently. "Are you?" "Yes." Sanda nodded, but did not leave. After a moment he asked, "Does your foot hurt?" Nalin looked surprised. "A little." "Then perhaps you should examine your shoe." "It is nothing." The old monk sat beside him. Small things are not always nothing. Nalin felt irritation rise. Why was the monk paying attention to such a minor matter? There were surely deeper teachings to discuss. Impermanence, compassion, awakening, not shoes, not pebbles. "I can continue," Nalin said. The monk nodded. "Of course." Then he added softly, "Many people continue." The words stayed with Nalin as they resumed walking. The path became steeper. The forest thickened. Birdsong echoed through the trees. Yet Nalin heard little of it. All his attention had narrowed to the pain in his foot. Step, pain, step, pain, step, pain. By late afternoon, he was angry with everyone. When the group slowed down, he resented them. When they walked faster, he resented them. When someone sang softly to encourage the others, he found the song unbearable. The world had not changed very much, but his suffering had colored everything. That evening, the pilgrims reached a small shelter beside the road. They would sleep there before continuing in the morning. As the others prepared food and bedding, Nalin finally sat down and removed his shoe. A tiny stone fell into his palm. It was no larger than a bean. He stared at it, so small, so ordinary, so harmless looking, yet it had turned the entire day bitter. Venerable Sanda sat nearby, warming his hands around a cup of tea. Nalin held up the stone. "This caused all that pain." The old monk smiled faintly. "Yes, it is so small." "Yes." Nalin looked embarrassed. "I should have removed it earlier." The monk nodded. "Yes." For a while, neither spoke. Night settled around the shelter. The forest darkened. A small fire crackled gently. Finally, Sanda said, "The body teaches quickly what the heart often teaches slowly." Nalin looked at him. "What do you mean?" The monk pointed to the stone. "When a stone enters the shoe, every step becomes painful." Nalin nodded. "When resentment enters the heart, every experience becomes painful." The words struck him unexpectedly. The monk continued. "At first it may seem small. A memory, a disappointment, a wound, a sentence someone spoke years ago. But if it remains unexamined, it begins to affect everything." Nalin looked down. The old monk's voice remained gentle. You may think you are angry at the road, angry at the weather, angry at the people walking beside you. But sometimes the pain is coming from something you carry. Nalin said nothing, because he knew. Deep inside, he knew. The stone in his shoe had lasted only one day, but the stones in his heart had been there for years. That night, while the other pilgrims slept, Nalin remained awake. The forest was quiet. Moonlight entered through gaps in the wooden shelter. He thought about his father, his friend's betrayal, the dream he had abandoned, the love he had lost. Each memory was like a small stone. None seemed large enough to explain the heaviness of his life. Yet together, carried step after step, year after year, they had changed how he walked through the world. In the morning, the pilgrimage continued. This time Nalin walked more carefully. His foot felt tender, but lighter. The path climbed higher into the hills. Mist drifted between the trees. The air grew cooler. At midday, the group reached a ridge overlooking the valley below. The village looked tiny from such a height. Fields became patches of green and gold. Rivers became silver threads. Nalin stood quietly beside Venerable Sanda. After a long silence, he said, "Master, how does one remove a stone from the heart?" The old monk looked toward the valley. "First, one must admit it is there." Nalin breathed slowly. "And then?" "Then one must stop pretending the pain comes from everywhere else." The answer was simple. Too simple, perhaps. Yet Nalin felt its weight. For the rest of the day, he observed his thoughts. Whenever irritation appeared, he asked, "What stone is this touching?" When envy appeared, he asked, "What wound is this protecting?" When anger appeared, he asked, "What pain is asking to be seen?" At first, the questions made him uncomfortable. He preferred blaming the world. It felt easier, cleaner, safer. But slowly, something began to open. By the third day, the pilgrims reached the mountain monastery. It stood among pine trees and drifting clouds. Bells rang softly in the wind. Prayer flags moved above the courtyard. The travelers bowed at the gate. Some cried quietly, some smiled, some simply stood in silence. That evening, after the lamps were lit, Venerable Sanda gave a teaching in the meditation hall. The pilgrims sat on woven mats. The hall smelled of incense and old wood. The monk placed a small stone before him. Nalin recognized it immediately, the stone from his shoe. Sanda looked at the gathered villagers and said, "Today I will speak about hidden suffering." Everyone listened. Most people notice great suffering easily. Illness, loss, disaster, death. These things are visible, but much of human suffering is carried in smaller ways. He touched the stone, a sharp word remembered for 10 years, a mistake never forgiven, a comparison repeated daily, a grief never spoken, a fear never examined, a resentment protected as if it were treasure. The hall remained still. These things may seem small, but when carried long enough, they shape the way we walk. They shape the way we speak. They shape the way we love. They shape the way we see the world. Nalin felt tears rise, though he did not know exactly why. The monk continued. The Buddha taught that suffering has causes. This is not meant to blame us. It is meant to free us. If suffering has causes, then suffering can be understood. If suffering can be understood, it can be released. He lifted the stone. But we cannot release what we refuse to notice. Those words entered Nalin deeply. After the teaching, many pilgrims returned to their sleeping quarters. Nalin remained in the hall. The lamps flickered softly. Venerable Sanda approached. You heard the teaching? Yes. And? Nalin hesitated. Then he whispered, I have many stones. The monk nodded. Most people do. I don't know how to remove them. One at a time. Nalin looked at him. Just like walking. Sanda smiled. Just like walking. The following morning before sunrise, Nalin went alone to the monastery garden. Dew covered the grass. The sky was pale blue. He sat beside a small pond and closed his eyes. One memory arose first. His father standing in the doorway years earlier saying, You will never amount to much if you keep dreaming. The words had been spoken in anger, perhaps without thought, but Nalin had carried them like a stone ever since. He saw how they had shaped him, how they made him defensive, how they made every criticism feel like proof, how they made success feel urgent and failure unbearable. For the first time, he did not push the memory away. He breathed with it. He let himself feel the hurt beneath the anger. The hurt was younger than he expected, softer, almost childlike. Then he whispered, This is a stone. He did not forgive completely in that moment. He did not become suddenly free, but he saw it clearly, and seeing clearly was the beginning. Over the following days, Nalin stayed at the monastery longer than the others. He asked permission to remain for a season. The monks agreed. His work was simple: sweeping paths, carrying water, helping in the kitchen, sitting in meditation. Each day he practiced noticing irritation before it became speech, noticing sadness before it became bitterness, noticing fear before it became blame. Some days he failed. Some days he spoke sharply. Some days old resentment returned with force. But now he had a practice. When suffering appeared, he looked for the stone. One afternoon, several months later, a young novice accidentally spilled a bucket of water across the kitchen floor. Nalin's first impulse was anger. The old habit rose quickly. Careless, foolish, always making more work. But before the words left his mouth, he felt the familiar sharpness inside. He paused. He breathed. Then he saw it. The stone was not the spilled water. The stone was his old fear of wasted effort, his old belief that mistakes made a person worthless. So instead of scolding the novice, he picked up a cloth. Come, he said gently. We will clean it together. The novice looked relieved, and Nalin felt something loosen inside him. Not dramatically, not completely, but truly. By winter, he returned to his village. The road down the mountain was the same road he had climbed months earlier. The stones were still there. The dust was still there. The bends in the path remained unchanged. But Nalin walked differently. He no longer expected the world to become smooth before he could be peaceful. He simply paid attention to what he carried. When he returned home, people noticed something had changed. He listened more, reacted less, smiled without forcing it. One day, he visited his father. The old man had grown weaker. His hands trembled slightly. For years, Nalin had avoided speaking honestly with him, but now he sat beside him in the courtyard. For a long time, they watched the sunlight move across the ground. Finally, Nalin said, "Father, when I was young, you said something that hurt me." His father's face tightened. Nalin continued, carefully and softly, "I carried it for many years." The old man lowered his eyes. "What did I say?" Nalin told him. Silence followed, a painful silence. Then his father covered his face with one hand. "I was afraid," he whispered. Nalin looked at him. "Afraid. I saw how hard the world could be. I thought if I made you tougher, You would survive. His voice shook. But I think I only made you feel alone. Nalin felt years of anger tremble inside him. It did not disappear all at once, but something changed. The stone shifted. For the first time, he saw not only the wound his father had caused, but the fear beneath it. A wounded man had wounded his son, not because it was right, but because suffering, when unseen, travels from person to person. Nalin breathed deeply. Then he said, "I am trying to put it down." His father wept quietly. So did Nalin. Spring returned, then summer. Years passed. Nalin eventually became known in the village not merely as dependable, but as wise. When people came to him angry at others, he often listened quietly. Then he would ask, "What is the stone in your shoe?" At first they would blame someone, a spouse, a neighbor, a child, a business partner. Nalin would nod, then ask again, "And what is the stone in your shoe?" Some became annoyed, some left, some returned later. Those who understood began to heal. One evening, a young woman came to him after a quarrel with her sister. "My sister is selfish," she said. "Perhaps," Nalin replied. "She never listens." "Perhaps." "She thinks only of herself." "Perhaps." The young woman frowned. "Why do you keep saying perhaps?" Nalin smiled gently. "Because we are speaking about her shoes." She fell silent. Then he asked, "What is in yours?" Tears filled her eyes. After a long pause, she whispered, "I am afraid she no longer needs me." There it was, the stone. Not anger, fear, not accusation, pain. Once seen, it could be held differently. Late in life, Nalin returned once more to the mountain monastery. Venerable Sanda was very old now. His body had grown frail, but his eyes remained clear. The two sat together beneath the pine trees. Nalin removed a small object from his pouch. It was the same tiny stone from long ago. He had kept it all these years. Sanda smiled when he saw it. "You still carry it?" Nalin laughed softly. "Yes." "Then have you learned nothing?" The old monk's eyes twinkled. Nalin smiled. "I carry this one so I remember to put down the others." Sanda laughed, a warm, quiet laugh. The wind moved gently through the trees. For a long time they sat without speaking. Finally, Nalin said, "Master, do the stones ever completely disappear?" Sanda looked toward the mountain path. "Some do. Some become smaller. Some remain, but no longer wound us." He paused. "The point is not to have walked a painless road. The point is to stop adding unnecessary pain to every step." Nalin bowed his head. He understood. Life would always contain difficult paths, sharp stones, uneven ground, unexpected burdens. But not every pain needed to become bitterness. Not every wound needed to become identity. Not every memory needed to remain lodged in the heart forever. That evening, as the sun disappeared behind the mountains, Nalin walked slowly along the monastery path. He felt the earth beneath his feet, cool, solid, real. Each step was simple, each step complete, and perhaps that was the lesson. Sometimes the thing making life painful is not the whole road. It is one small stone we have never stopped to remove. A resentment, a fear, a memory, a story, a grief, a wound we keep walking on. We may blame the road. We may blame the weather. We may blame everyone walking beside us. But healing begins when we finally pause, sit down, and look honestly at what we are carrying. The stone may be small, but if carried long enough, it can change the entire journey. So walk gently, notice carefully, and when pain keeps returning with every step, do not only curse the road, look within. There may be something ready to be seen, something ready to be understood, something ready, at last, to be removed. As we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen Buddhism, let us turn to a tale about recognition and the true nature of worth. This is the next story. The rain had been falling for 3 days. Not a violent storm, not the kind that uprooted trees or tore roofs from houses. Just a steady, relentless rain that seemed determined to soak every road, every field, and every traveler unfortunate enough to be walking beneath it. The mountain paths had become rivers of mud. Small streams overflowed their banks. Bridges disappeared beneath rushing water. Even the birds seemed quieter than usual. Along one of these muddy roads walked 2 monks. One was old, the other young. They'd spent several weeks visiting villages, offering teachings, helping the sick, and collecting food for their monastery. Now they were returning home. The older monk was named Ananda. His beard had turned silver years ago. His face carried the softness that often comes from decades of meditation and compassion. He walked slowly, not because he lacked strength, because he saw no reason to hurry. The younger monk was named Sota. He was sincere, dedicated, disciplined. He studied diligently, meditated faithfully, followed every rule with great care. Yet beneath his discipline lived a quiet pride. He believed that if one practiced correctly, life should become simple, predictable, ordered. Ananda often smiled when he noticed this. Experience had taught him that life rarely behaves according to our preferences. By late afternoon, the monks reached a swollen river crossing. Normally, the water barely reached their ankles. Today, it rushed waist-high, brown and turbulent. Branches floated downstream. The current moved with surprising force. Several travelers waited on the bank, uncertain whether to cross. Among them stood a young woman dressed in fine clothes. Her shoes were soaked. Mud stained the hem of her robe. She stared anxiously at the river. When she saw the monks approach, relief appeared on her face. She bowed respectfully. "Venerable sirs," she said, "I must reach the village on the other side before nightfall." The monks listened. "My mother is ill," she continued. "I have been called home." She looked toward the water. "But I cannot cross." Sota immediately understood the problem. Monks followed strict rules. Physical contact with women was forbidden. Surely they could offer advice, perhaps encouragement, but not assistance. The young monk prepared himself to explain this politely. Before he could speak, Ananda stepped forward. Without hesitation, the old monk bent slightly. "Climb onto my back." The young woman blinked. "What?" "I will carry you across." The travelers stared. Sota stared even harder. The woman hesitated only briefly. Then she climbed onto the old monk's back. Carefully, Ananda stepped into the river. The current pushed against his legs. The water swirled around him. Step by step, he crossed. When he reached the opposite bank, he gently lowered the woman to the ground. She bowed deeply. Tears filled her eyes. "Thank you." The old monk smiled. "Travel safely." Then he continued walking, as though nothing unusual had happened. Sota followed silently. At first, for nearly an hour, neither monk spoke. The rain continued falling softly. The road climbed through a forest of cedar trees. Birds called occasionally from the branches above. Yet inside Sota's mind, a storm had begun. How could Ananda do that? He knew the rules. He taught the rules. He expected others to respect the rules. Yet he had carried a woman, on his back, in front of everyone. The young monk tried to let the matter go. He failed. The more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. Eventually, unable to remain silent, he spoke. "Master." Ananda looked up. "Yes?" "The woman." The old monk smiled. "What about her?" Sota frowned. "You carried her?" "Yes." "Monks are not supposed to touch women." The old monk nodded. "That is generally true." The answer only increased Sota's frustration. "Then why did you do it?" Ananda walked quietly for several moments. Then he replied, "Because she needed help." Sota felt unsatisfied. The explanation seemed too simple. The road continued winding through the forest. Yet the young monk's thoughts refused to settle. Hours passed. The monastery eventually appeared in the distance. The sun had nearly disappeared behind the mountains. Still, Sota remained troubled. As they approached the gate, he finally stopped walking. "Master." Ananda turned. The young monk took a deep breath. "I still don't understand." The old monk waited patiently. Sota continued. "We have rules for a reason." "Yes." "We are supposed to avoid attachment." "Yes." "We are supposed to be careful." "Yes." "Then why carry her?" Ananda studied his student carefully. Then he asked, "How long ago did we cross the river?" Sota looked confused. "Several hours." The old monk nodded. "I carried her across the river." He smiled gently. "You have been carrying her ever since." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. For a moment, Sota could not respond. The old monk continued. "The woman needed help. I helped her. Then I put her down." The evening breeze moved through the trees. The monastery bell rang softly in the distance. Ananda looked directly at his student. "Why are you still carrying her?" Sota had no answer, because the question pointed towards something much larger than the river, something much larger than the woman. That night, sleep came slowly. The young monk lay awake listening to the sound of rain upon the roof. Again and again, he replayed the conversation. "Why are you still carrying her?" At first, he thought only about the river crossing. Then other memories began appearing. A harsh criticism from another monk. An embarrassing mistake made years earlier. A disagreement with a friend. An insult he had received during childhood. One by one, they surfaced. And suddenly he noticed something astonishing. He was carrying all of them. Not physically, mentally, emotionally. The people involved had long since moved on. The events had ended years ago. Yet within his mind, they remained alive. The burdens continued because he continued carrying them. The realization was deeply uncomfortable. Over the following weeks, the lesson continued unfolding. One morning, while sweeping the monastery courtyard, Sota noticed another monk accidentally knock over a bucket of water. His immediate reaction was irritation, careless, inconsiderate, always making more work. Then he paused. The irritation remained, but now he could see it, like a burden asking to be picked up. For a moment he simply watched it, then returned to sweeping. The feeling faded, not instantly, but much faster than before. Several days later, another monk criticized one of his teachings. Normally, Sota would have replayed the conversation for days, perhaps weeks. Instead, he remembered the woman, the river, the burden. He listened, considered the feedback, accepted what was useful, released the rest. To his surprise, peace arrived much sooner. Months passed. One afternoon, Ananda invited Sota to accompany him into a nearby village. An elderly farmer had requested guidance. The man greeted them warmly, then immediately began complaining about his neighbors, the weather, his children, the government, his health, his past. For nearly an hour, grievances poured out. Ananda listened quietly, then asked a single question. How many of these problems exist right now? The farmer blinked. What do you mean? The old monk smiled. Right this moment. The farmer thought carefully. Many complaints concerned things that had already happened. Others involved things that might happen. Only a few existed in the present. Sota watched the conversation with growing fascination. Because he suddenly recognized the pattern. The farmer was carrying burdens, some decades old, some entirely imaginary. The body sat in the present. The mind dragged the past and future everywhere it went. Later, while walking home, Sota asked, "Do all people do this?" Ananda laughed. "Nearly all." The young monk smiled. "Even monks?" The old man laughed harder. "Especially monks." Years passed. Ananda eventually grew very old. His hair turned white. His movements slowed, yet his calmness deepened. One autumn evening, while sitting beside a pond, Sota asked him, "Master, what is the hardest burden for people to release?" The old monk reflected carefully, then answered, "The image they have of themselves." Sota listened. Most people carry a story about who they are, who they were, who they should have been. The old monk picked up a fallen leaf. Sometimes the story becomes heavier than reality. The leaf drifted onto the water, and yet they continue carrying it. Many years later, after Ananda passed away, Sota became a respected teacher himself. Students often sought him out with problems. Some carried guilt. Some carried resentment. Some carried regret. Others carried fear. One young monk arrived particularly distressed. Another student had insulted him months earlier. The wound remained fresh. Every day he replayed the conversation. Every day the anger returned. When he finished telling the story, Sota smiled gently, then asked, "How long ago did this happen?" 3 months. The teacher nodded. Then he said, "I think you have been carrying someone across a river." The young monk looked confused. Then slowly, very slowly, understanding appeared. The story continued spreading through generations. Students told it to other students. Parents shared it with children. Travelers carried it from village to village. Not because it was really about a woman, or a river, or even 2 monks. It was about something universal. The strange habit humans have of carrying things long after they are no longer needed. A criticism, a mistake, a betrayal, a disappointment, a fear, a memory. The event ends, yet we continue carrying it. The burden remains because we keep lifting it, again and again, day after day, year after year. The Buddha taught that suffering often persists, not because pain exists, but because attachment persists. We cling, we replay, we resist, we refuse to set things down. Yet freedom begins the moment we notice what we are carrying. Not every burden can be released immediately. Some require time, compassion, patience, but they can be released. One moment at a time, one step at a time, just as the old monk carried the woman across the river, then put her down. The question is simple, but profound. What are you still carrying? And is it time to set it down? The village of Kawa rested beside a restless sea. The ocean shaped everything there. It determined when fishermen worked, when merchants traveled, when storms arrived, when prosperity came, and when hardship followed. The villagers respected the sea. Some feared it. Others loved it. Most learned the same lesson eventually. The sea could never be controlled. Among the fishermen lived a man named Daichi. Daichi was hard-working, intelligent, determined. Yet he possessed one habit that quietly troubled him. He wanted certainty, not possibility, not probability, certainty. He wanted the weather to behave predictably. He wanted fish to appear exactly where expected. He wanted people to keep promises. He wanted plans to unfold precisely as imagined. Whenever life refused to cooperate, frustration followed, and life refused to cooperate often. One spring morning, Daiichi prepared his boat before sunrise. The sky looked clear, the wind gentle, the conditions perfect. He smiled. Finally, a day behaving exactly as planned. Several hours later, dark clouds appeared from nowhere. Strong winds followed, then heavy rain. The sea transformed from calm to violent. Daiichi barely returned safely. When he reached shore, he cursed the weather. He cursed the clouds. He cursed the wind. He cursed his bad luck. An elderly fisherman named Sora happened to be repairing nets nearby. The old man listened quietly, then asked, "Did the storm hear you?" Daiichi frowned. "What?" "The storm," Sora smiled. "Did it change because you were angry?" The younger fisherman rolled his eyes. "Of course not." The old man nodded. "Interesting." Then he returned to repairing his nets. The answer irritated Daiichi, mostly because it contained truth. Over the following years, Daiichi became known as a skilled fisherman. Yet he remained perpetually dissatisfied. When catches were small, he worried. When catches were large, he worried about maintaining them. When business was slow, he worried. When business improved, he worried about losing it. Every success created a new concern. Every solution produced another problem. His wife noticed. His friends noticed. Even strangers noticed. Only Daiichi failed to see it clearly. One evening, after an especially frustrating week, he sat beside the harbor watching waves strike the shore. Sora approached carrying 2 cups of tea. Without asking permission, the old fisherman sat beside him. For several minutes they watched the ocean. Finally, Sora asked, "What troubles you now?" Daiichi laughed bitterly. "Everything," the old man nodded. "That sounds exhausting." "It is." The waves crashed against rocks below. The younger fisherman sighed. The weather changes. The market changes. The fish move. People change. Nothing stays the way it should. Sora smiled. "There is your problem." Daiichi looked at him. "What?" "The way it should." The next morning, Sora invited Daiichi onto his boat. The old fisherman rarely took companions. Curiosity persuaded the younger man to accept. They sailed before dawn. The sea appeared calm, the sky clear, the air cool and pleasant. Several hours passed peacefully. Then the wind shifted. The boat began rocking more aggressively. Dark clouds gathered. A storm threatened. Daiichi immediately became anxious. "We should turn back." Sora continued adjusting his sail. "We may. The weather is changing." "Yes." "Aren't you worried?" The old fisherman smiled. "The weather has always changed." The answer felt ridiculous. Of course, weather changed. That wasn't the point. But Sora seemed unconcerned. Eventually he said, "Most suffering comes from arguing with reality." Daiichi stared. "What does that mean?" The old man pointed toward the wind. "Can you stop it?" "No." "Can you command it?" "No." "Can you negotiate with it?" "No." Sora nodded. "Then why spend so much energy wishing it were different?" The younger fisherman fell silent, because he realized he did exactly that, constantly. Several weeks later, another lesson arrived. Daiichi spent days preparing for an important fishing expedition. The conditions appeared perfect. The equipment was ready. The timing ideal. Everything aligned beautifully. Then, on the morning of departure, he became ill. A fever forced him to remain home. The opportunity vanished. He was furious. For days he complained. The unfairness, the bad timing, the wasted preparation. Then news arrived. The expedition encountered severe weather. Several boats were damaged. One nearly sank. The realization unsettled him. What appeared disastrous had protected him. The pattern felt familiar. A memory surfaced. A story Sora once told. A fisherman cannot see the entire ocean from one wave. Perhaps life works similarly. Months passed. Daiichi slowly began noticing something. Reality caused difficulties, but resistance multiplied them. Rain was inconvenient. Complaining about rain created additional suffering. A delayed shipment was frustrating. Obsessing about the delay created more frustration. An argument hurt. Replaying it repeatedly hurt even more. The distinction seemed obvious once noticed, yet he had spent years missing it. One afternoon, he visited Sora. "I think I understand." The old fisherman smiled. "Wonderful. What?" Daiichi looked toward the sea. "I keep trying to catch the wind." The old man laughed, a deep, joyful laugh. "Exactly." The younger fisherman continued. "I keep trying to control things that cannot be controlled. The weather, the future, other people, the market, the sea." Sora nodded. "And how has that worked?" Daiichi laughed too. "Poorly." The old fisherman stood, then walked toward the shoreline. Daiichi followed. The tide was moving out. Small waves rolled gently across wet sand. Sora pointed toward a child standing near the water. The boy repeatedly tried to grab the reflection of the moon shimmering on the surface. Each time he reached, the reflection vanished, then reappeared elsewhere. The child became increasingly frustrated. "What is he doing?" Sora asked. "Trying to catch the reflection." The old man nodded. "And why is he failing?" "Because reflections cannot be held," Sora smiled. "Much like control." The lesson landed deeply. Some things can be influenced, prepared for, responded to, but not controlled. The difference mattered enormously. Years passed. Daiichi continued fishing. The storms continued. The market fluctuated. People changed. Plans succeeded. Plans failed. Life remained unpredictable, yet something within him became steadier. When difficulties appeared, he still felt disappointment. He was human, but he recovered faster, resisted less, adapted more. One winter, a violent storm destroyed part of the harbor. Many fishermen became overwhelmed. Repairs seemed impossible, the damage extensive. Several gathered to discuss what should happen. Voices rose, arguments followed. Blame spread quickly. Daiichi listened quietly. Then someone asked, "What do we do?" The younger version of himself would have focused on everything lost. Instead, he answered, "We repair the next board." The room fell silent. Then someone nodded. Another agreed. The work began, not all at once. One board, then another, then another. The harbor eventually recovered, just as life often does. Many years later, after Sora had passed away, young fishermen sought advice from Daiichi. One of them arrived particularly frustrated. "The sea never does what I want." Daiichi smiled. The statement sounded familiar, very familiar. He looked toward the waves, then answered, "Good." The young fisherman looked confused. "Good." Daiichi nodded. "If the sea obeyed every wish, it would teach nothing." The younger man frowned. "I don't understand." The old fisherman pointed toward the horizon. "The sea taught me something important." "What?" Daiichi smiled. "The difference between steering and controlling." The wind moved gently across the water. The lesson lingered. because it extended far beyond fishing. It applied to families, friendships, work, health, aging, nearly everything. We can steer, we can respond, we can prepare, we can choose our actions. But control, complete control, that is often an illusion, and chasing it creates endless exhaustion. Late in life, Daiichi sat alone beside the harbor watching the sunset. The sea remained as unpredictable as ever. Waves rolled towards shore. Clouds drifted overhead. Fishing boats moved across the horizon. The world continued changing, as it always would. For a while, he remembered the younger man he once was. Always planning, always worrying, always trying to force reality into obedience. The memory made him smile. Then he remembered Sora's words. Why spend so much energy wishing it were different? The wisdom seemed simple now, yet it had taken decades to understand. The Buddha often taught that suffering grows when we cling to things beyond our control. We demand permanence from what changes, certainty from what is uncertain, obedience from what is free. Life refuses, and conflict begins. The answer is not passivity. It is participation without attachment, steering the boat without demanding control of the sea, adjusting the sail without commanding the wind, responding wisely instead of resisting endlessly. And perhaps that is the lesson. Many people spend their lives trying to catch the wind, trying to control every outcome, every possibility, every uncertainty. The effort never succeeds. The wind remains free. The sea remains wild. The future remains unknown. Yet peace becomes possible the moment we stop trying to hold what cannot be held. When we learn to work with life instead of against it. When we stop catching the wind and start sailing with it. For the wise fisherman does not waste his life commanding the ocean. He learns how to navigate it. And that makes all the difference. As we move deeper into the quiet teachings of Zen, we come to a story about seeing clearly and understanding true value. Listen carefully to the next story. The monastery sat high on a mountain ridge, where clouds often drifted through the courtyards like wandering spirits. From a distance, the buildings appeared peaceful. White walls, dark wooden roofs, stone paths winding through gardens, pine trees swaying gently in the wind. Visitors who arrived there often imagined that everyone inside lived in perfect calm. They imagined monks moving through their days without frustration, without anger, without conflict. The reality was different. The monks were human. They practiced patience because patience was difficult. They practiced compassion because compassion did not always come naturally. They practiced mindfulness because the mind wandered constantly. No one understood this better than a young monk named Riku. Riku had entered the monastery at 17. He was sincere, dedicated, hard-working. He rose before dawn, studied diligently, meditated faithfully, completed every task assigned to him. Yet he possessed one great challenge, his temper. Anger seemed to find him everywhere. A monk spoke too loudly during meditation. Anger, a novice forgot instructions. Anger, rain interrupted plans. Anger, someone criticized his work. Anger. The feeling arrived quickly, like a spark landing in dry grass. Sometimes he managed to hide it. Sometimes he did not. But even when no one else noticed, he felt it burning inside. The emotion exhausted him. After each outburst came regret. After regret came shame. After shame came determination to do better. Then another irritation appeared, and the cycle repeated. For years, Riku believed the solution was simple. He needed to eliminate anger, destroy it, suppress it, force it away. The harder he tried, the stronger it seemed to become. One autumn morning, the monastery welcomed a new abbot. His name was Venerable Jinen. He was already old when he arrived. His beard was silver, his movements slow, his eyes calm. Many monks expected dramatic teachings, profound lectures, advanced meditation instructions. Instead, the abbot spent much of his time tending gardens, repairing roofs, and drinking tea. At first, some monks found this disappointing. Riku was among them. One afternoon, while carrying firewood, he watched Jinen carefully pruning a tree. The old monk seemed completely absorbed in the task. After nearly an hour, curiosity overcame him. "Master," the abbot looked up. "Yes." "When will you begin teaching?" The old monk smiled. "I am teaching." Riku frowned. "By trimming branches?" "Among other things." The answer felt frustratingly vague. Several weeks later, Riku's temper created another problem. A younger novice accidentally spilled an entire bucket of water across a freshly cleaned floor. Riku had spent hours preparing the hall for an important ceremony. The moment he saw the water spreading across the floorboards, anger exploded. He shouted. The novice froze. His face turned pale. Several other monks stared. Silence filled the room. Immediately afterward, regret arrived. As always. That evening, the abbot requested a conversation. Riku bowed and entered the garden where Jinen sat beside a small bell. The bell hung from a wooden frame. It was old, simple, unremarkable. The abbot motioned for him to sit. For a while, neither spoke. Finally, Jinen asked, "Why are you angry?" The question irritated Riku. "Because the novice was careless." The old monk nodded. "Perhaps." The young monk continued. "He wasted hours of work." "Perhaps." The abbot's calmness felt infuriating. Riku sighed heavily. "I don't know." Jinen smiled. "That is a better answer." The old monk pointed toward the bell. Then he gently struck it. A clear tone filled the garden. The sound lingered in the air, then gradually faded. Silence returned. "What caused the sound?" the abbot asked. "The strike." Jinen nodded. "Only the strike?" Riku looked confused. "What else would cause it?" The old monk smiled. "The bell." The answer seemed obvious, yet the abbot continued. "If there were no bell, could the strike create that sound?" "No." The old monk nodded. "The strike matters. The bell matters." Silence settled between them. Then Jinen asked, "When anger appears, what do you believe causes it?" Riku answered immediately, "Other people." The abbot laughed softly. "That is what most people believe." The conversation ended there, at least outwardly, but the question remained. The following days felt different. Whenever irritation appeared, Riku remembered the bell. Someone spoke during meditation. Anger, strike, and bell. A novice forgot instructions. Anger, strike, and bell. Rain interrupted outdoor work. Anger, strike, and bell. Gradually, he noticed something uncomfortable. The external events varied greatly, yet the emotional reaction often felt remarkably similar. Perhaps the events were not the entire explanation. Several weeks later, another lesson arrived. A merchant visited the monastery seeking guidance. The man complained constantly about competitors, taxes, weather, employees, family, everything. Nothing satisfied him. After the merchant departed, Riku asked, "How does anyone become that negative?" Jinen smiled, then pointed toward the bell. The young monk groaned. "Not the bell again." The old man laughed. "Especially the bell." Then he asked, "Did you notice something?" "What?" The merchant was angry long before any of today's problems appeared. Riku reflected carefully. The abbot was right. The man carried irritation everywhere, as though searching for excuses to release it. The realization felt familiar, uncomfortably familiar. Winter arrived. Snow covered the monastery grounds. The world became quieter. One evening, while clearing a path, Riku slipped on ice and fell hard. Pain shot through his leg. Instantly, anger erupted. Stupid ice, stupid weather, stupid path. Then he stopped. The reaction seemed absurd. The ice possessed no intention. The weather held no grudge. Yet anger appeared automatically, like a reflex. That night, he visited Jenen. "I think I understand something." The old monk looked interested. "What?" "Anger is already waiting." The abbot smiled. "Go on." "The world doesn't create all of it. The world triggers it." The old monk nodded, like striking the bell. For the first time, genuine excitement appeared in Riku's voice. The insight felt significant, because it shifted responsibility. Not blame, responsibility. If anger came entirely from the world, he was powerless. If anger involved the bell as well as the strike, transformation became possible. Years passed. Riku practiced diligently, not eliminating anger, observing it. This proved much harder and much more effective. One spring morning, a traveler insulted him publicly. The words stung. Anger appeared. Immediately, the old version of himself would have reacted, defended himself, argued, escalated. Instead, he paused. The anger remained, hot, unpleasant, powerful, but he observed it, like watching a storm move across the sky. For several breaths, he simply noticed. Then something remarkable happened. The emotion changed. Not because he forced it away, because he stopped feeding it. The experience fascinated him. He began studying anger the way a naturalist studies weather. What triggered it? What sustained it? What weakened it? Again and again, the same pattern emerged. Anger often arrived quickly, but it survived through stories. How dare they? This shouldn't happen. They always do this. I don't deserve this. The thoughts poured fuel onto the fire. Without the stories, the emotion often faded surprisingly fast. One afternoon, Jinen invited him for tea. The old abbot was becoming frailer. Age had slowed him considerably, yet his mind remained sharp. As they sat together, the abbot asked, "What have you learned?" Riku smiled. "Anger is noisy." The old monk laughed. "Yes." The younger monk continued, "And awareness is quiet." Jinen nodded approvingly. The lesson deepened further over the following years. Eventually, Riku became responsible for teaching younger monks. This proved challenging, very challenging. Novices made mistakes constantly. Instructions were forgotten. Tasks were performed incorrectly. Schedules were disrupted, the perfect environment for irritation. One morning, a young novice accidentally shattered a ceramic bowl that had belonged to the monastery for generations. The sound echoed through the hall. Every monk turned. The novice looked horrified. Riku felt anger rise immediately. Then something else appeared. Awareness. The space between emotion and action. A space he had spent years cultivating. The anger remained. But now he could choose. He looked at the frightened novice, then at the broken bowl. Finally, he smiled. "Are you injured?" The novice blinked. "What?" "Your hands." The boy looked down. "No." "Good." Relief flooded the room. The lesson spread quickly throughout the monastery. Not because Riku had become incapable of anger, because he had learned not to become its servant. Several years later, Abbot Jinen passed away peacefully. The monastery mourned deeply. His teachings had transformed countless lives. Yet many people struggle to explain exactly what made him extraordinary. He rarely delivered dramatic sermons, rarely offered complicated philosophy, rarely impressed visitors with displays of wisdom. Instead, he had taught through simple things: gardens, tea, snow, and a bell. After his death, the old bell remained hanging in the garden. Riku often visited it, especially during difficult moments. One summer evening, a visiting monk criticized the monastery harshly. The comments were unfair, dismissive, arrogant. Several younger monks became furious. Afterward, they approached Riku. "Why didn't you respond?" The older monk smiled, then led them to the bell. He struck it gently. The familiar tones spread through the air. "What do you hear?" The younger monks listened. "The bell." Riku nodded. The strike mattered. The bell mattered. The lesson continued. Some understood immediately. Others required years. Most people do. Late in life, Riku became abbot himself. Students frequently sought advice regarding anger. Many expected techniques, methods, strategies. Instead, he often began with a question: what happened before the anger? Most people described external events: insults, disappointments, obstacles. Then Riku would ask, and what happened inside? The second question changed everything, because anger rarely emerges from circumstances alone. It emerges from the meeting between circumstances and mind. The strike and the bell. One autumn evening, near the end of his life, Riku sat alone in the garden. The old bell still hung nearby. The monastery had changed over the decades. Buildings repaired, trees planted, students arriving and departing. The bell remained. A young novice approached. "Master." Riku smiled. "Yes?" The novice hesitated. "I get angry all the time." The old abbot laughed warmly. "So did I." The boy looked shocked. "You?" "For many years." The novice sat beside him. "How did you stop?" Riku looked toward the bell, then smiled. "I didn't." The boy frowned. "What?" "I stopped believing anger was the problem." Silence filled the garden. The novice waited. The old monk continued. "Unconscious anger causes suffering. Observed anger becomes a teacher." The wind moved softly through the trees. The bell swayed slightly. Not enough to ring, just enough to move. Riku watched it carefully, then spoke one final lesson. "When the bell rings, listen." The novice looked confused. The bell, the anger. Understanding would come later, as it often does, and perhaps that is the lesson. Most people believe peace comes from eliminating anger, but anger itself is not the enemy. It is a signal, a messenger, a bell. The real question is whether we hear it consciously or become lost inside its sound. The Buddha taught that emotions arise and pass according to causes and conditions. They are visitors, not masters, weather, not identity. The moment anger appears, awareness can appear too. The strike lands, the bell rings, then comes the choice. Will we become the sound, or will we listen to it? For the quiet bell teaches something profound. Every emotion has a voice. But wisdom begins the moment we stop shouting back long enough to hear what it is trying to tell us. And in that listening, transformation begins. Not through force, not through suppression, but through awareness. Clear, patient, silent. Like the mountain monastery beneath the clouds. And like the bell that rang faithfully for generations. Teaching anyone willing to listen that even anger can become a doorway to awakening. With each step on the Zen path, a new lesson unfolds. Now we turn to a story about recognition, of self, of others, and of what truly matters. Listen carefully to the next story. Winter arrived early that year. The cold swept across the valley weeks before anyone expected it. Frost covered the fields. Streams slowed beneath thin layers of ice. The mountains disappeared behind grey clouds. Even the forest seemed quieter. The season touched every living thing. Animals searched more carefully for food. Farmers worried about crops. Travelers shortened their journeys. The long, bright days of summer felt very far away. Among the creatures living in the valley was a small bird named Luma. She was not remarkable by most standards. Her feathers were plain brown. Her wings were average. Her song was soft. If hundreds of birds gathered in the same tree, few would notice her. Yet Luma possessed something unusual. She continued singing in winter. Not constantly, not loudly, but consistently. When snow covered the ground, she sang. When cold winds swept through the trees, she sang. When grey skies lingered for days, she sang. The habit puzzled many animals. Some admired it, others considered it foolish. One particularly cold morning, a crow named Raku landed beside her branch. The crow shook snow from his feathers, then looked at the little bird. "You still sing?" Luma smiled. "As often as I can." The crow glanced toward the frozen valley. "Why?" The bird tilted her head. "Why not?" Raku laughed. "Look around." The trees stood bare. The fields were frozen. The sky remained grey. "What exactly are you singing about?" Luma considered carefully, then answered, "Spring." The crow stared. "Spring is months away." "Yes." "Then why sing about it now?" The little bird looked toward the horizon. "Because winter already knows about itself." The answer confused him, and because it confused him, he dismissed it. Many people do the same with wisdom. Not far from the forest lived a young woodcutter named Harrow. The previous year had been difficult, very difficult. His father had become ill. His family's income had shrunk. Several important plans had failed. The future looked uncertain. The weight of responsibility seemed to grow heavier every month. Harrow rarely complained, but inside, discouragement slowly accumulated. The winter only made things worse. Each day felt grey. Each task felt heavier. Each challenge felt larger. One morning, while gathering firewood near the forest, he heard a faint sound. At first, he assumed it was the wind. Then he realized it was singing. The song seemed strangely out of place. The valley looked frozen, silent. Yet somewhere nearby, a bird was singing. Curious, he followed the sound. Eventually, he found Luma perched on a branch. The little bird sang softly despite the cold. The sight irritated him, not because he disliked birds, because the song felt unrealistic. How could anything feel cheerful in weather like this? The young woodcutter shook his head, then returned to work, yet the sound stayed with him. Several days later, he heard the bird again, and again, and again. The song appeared every morning, always gentle, always present. Finally, curiosity overcame annoyance. He stopped beneath the tree. "You are persistent." The bird paused. "Thank you." The answer surprised him. It wasn't a compliment. Luma laughed softly. It sounded like one. The woodcutter crossed his arms. "Why are you singing?" The bird looked genuinely confused. "Because I can." Harrow frowned. "Nothing is good right now." The bird tilted her head. "Nothing?" The young man gestured broadly. "The cold, the snow, the shortages, the uncertainty, the problems." The bird listened patiently, then asked, "Are you alive?" The question annoyed him. "Obviously." then something is good. The answer felt simplistic, almost childish, yet it lingered long after he walked away. The weeks passed, winter deepened, snowstorms arrived, travel became difficult, food grew scarce in several villages. Many people became increasingly discouraged, including Harrow. One evening, while helping care for his father, the young man sat beside the fire feeling overwhelmed. The future looked impossible, the responsibilities endless, the uncertainty exhausting. His father noticed. The older man smiled weakly. "What troubles you?" Harrow sighed. "Everything." The answer sounded familiar. His father laughed softly. "It usually does at your age." The young man shook his head. "You don't understand." The older man smiled. "I probably understand more than you think." Silence settled between them. Then his father asked, "Have you heard the bird?" The question startled him. "The bird? The one singing every morning?" Harrow nodded reluctantly. His father smiled. "I like that bird." "Why?" The old man looked toward the dark window. "Because she remembers something." "What?" The answer came quietly. "Winter is not permanent." The sentence stayed with Harrow, not because it was profound, because it was true. And truth often possesses its own power. Winter is not permanent. The next morning, he listened carefully. The bird sang again. The valley remained frozen. Nothing external had changed. Yet the song sounded slightly different. Or perhaps he listened differently. Several weeks later, a severe storm struck the region, the strongest of the season. Wind howled through the trees. Snow fell relentlessly. Many animals struggled. Several became trapped. Others disappeared entirely. When the storm finally ended, the forest looked transformed. Broken branches littered the ground. Drifts of snow covered familiar paths. The world appeared harsher than before. The following morning, Harrow walked through the aftermath. The silence felt enormous. For a moment, he wondered whether the little bird had survived. Then he heard it, faint but unmistakable. The song. The sound emerged from a snow-covered pine tree. The bird remained, still singing. The realization affected him more deeply than expected, because hope sounds different after hardship. As winter continued, Harrow found himself visiting the tree more often. Not because the bird solved his problems. The problems remained. His father remained ill. The future remained uncertain. The work remained difficult. Yet the song reminded him of something important. Difficulty and hope can exist together. Most people assume hope appears only after hardship ends. The bird suggested otherwise. Hope often appears during hardship. Perhaps that is when it matters most. One afternoon, while repairing a fence, Harrow noticed an elderly traveller struggling along the road. The man looked exhausted, cold, hungry. Without thinking, Harrow invited him inside, shared food, offered warmth, provided a place to rest. The act felt small, ordinary. Yet afterward, he realized something. Several months earlier, he might not have done it. Discouragement had narrowed his world. The bird's song had slowly widened it again, not dramatically, gradually, like dawn. Eventually, the first signs of spring appeared. Tiny signs, easy to miss. A slightly warmer breeze, a patch of exposed earth, a bird returning from migration. The changes seemed insignificant, yet they mattered, because they confirmed what the little bird already knew. Winter is not permanent. One morning, while walking through the forest, Harrow noticed tiny green shoots emerging from beneath melting snow. The sight stopped him completely. For several minutes, he simply stared. Life had been waiting, quietly, patiently, the entire time. The realization felt strangely emotional, not because of the plants, because he recognized the same truth inside himself. Hope had survived too. The weeks passed, spring strengthened, the valley transformed, ice melted, rivers flowed freely, trees awakened, flowers appeared, birdsong filled the air. The long winter finally released its grip. One morning, Harrow stood beneath the tree where he first heard Luma sing. The little bird remained there. The valley around them looked completely different. The young man smiled. "You were right." The bird tilted her head. "About what?" "Spring." Luma laughed. "I wasn't predicting it." The answer surprised him. "What do you mean?" The bird looked toward the green hills. Spring was always coming. The simplicity of the statement carried unexpected wisdom. The seasons had never forgotten their path. Only people did. Years passed. Harrow eventually became known as one of the most respected men in the valley. Not because life became easy, it did not. Challenges continued, loss continued, change continued. Yet he developed a reputation for steady optimism, not blind optimism, not denial, something deeper, a confidence that difficult seasons eventually change. Whenever younger people asked how he remained hopeful, he often told them about the bird that sang during winter. Most listeners assumed the story was about positivity. It wasn't. It was about perspective. The bird never denied winter. She simply remembered spring. Both truths existed simultaneously. Late in life, Harrow climbed the same forest path one final time. His hair had turned grey, his movements had slowed. The tree still stood, though the original bird was long gone. Generations had passed since then, yet birds still sang there. The sound remained. As he listened, memories returned. The difficult winter, the uncertainty, the discouragement, the lesson. Winter is not permanent. The truth seemed even more meaningful now, because it applied to more than seasons. Grief is not permanent. Failure is not permanent. Fear is not permanent. Confusion is not permanent. Every experience changes. Every season moves. Every winter eventually yields. And perhaps that is the lesson. Hope is often misunderstood. Many people believe hope means pretending everything is fine. The bird teaches something different. The bird saw winter clearly, felt the cold, experienced the hardship, yet sang anyway. Not because winter wasn't real, because winter wasn't forever. The Buddha taught that all conditions are impermanent. Pleasant conditions, painful conditions, success, failure, joy, grief, everything changes. Hope grows from remembering this truth, not denying difficulty, understanding its temporary nature. The bird that sang in winter reminds us that darkness does not have the final word. The cold does not remain forever. The storm eventually passes. The snow eventually melts. And sometimes the most courageous thing we can do is continue singing before the spring arrives. Not after, before. Because hope is not proof that everything is easy. Hope is the quiet confidence that change is possible. And sometimes that confidence is enough to carry us through the longest winter until the first signs of spring appear once again. Rain had fallen for 7 straight days. The roads leading into the village had become rivers of mud. Fields stood soaked beneath grey skies. The river overflowed its banks. Children remained indoors. Farmers watched the weather anxiously. And in the centre of the village, Everything seemed covered by a thin layer of brown earth. Mud coated the streets. Mud covered shoes. Mud splashed against walls. Mud seemed to find its way into everything. Among the villagers lived a young man named Daigo. If someone had asked the villagers what they thought of him, most would have shrugged. Some would have frowned. A few might have laughed. Daigo was known for making mistakes. He arrived late, forgot responsibilities, started projects he never finished, spoke when he should have listened, made promises he sometimes failed to keep. Nothing terrible, nothing cruel. Yet over time, a reputation formed around him. People expected little, and eventually, Daigo expected little from himself as well. This was perhaps the saddest part. Not that others doubted him, that he had begun believing them. When people repeatedly tell you who you are, it becomes easy to forget that they may be wrong. One afternoon, while wandering through the village after another disappointing day, Daigo overheard two merchants talking. The conversation was not intended for him, yet he heard every word. "That boy?" The first merchant laughed. "He will never amount to much." The second nodded. "Some clay becomes pottery. Some remains mud." The men walked away. The words remained, for hours, for days, for weeks. Daigo tried to ignore them, but they settled deep inside him, like stones sinking into water. Some clay becomes pottery. Some remains mud. Perhaps they were right. The thought frightened him, because part of him already believed it. Several weeks later, news spread through the village. A wandering monk had arrived. His name was Master Kaito. He traveled alone, owned very little, spoke gently, and possessed a strange habit. Instead of giving long sermons, he spent most of his time talking with ordinary people, farmers, children, fishermen, merchants, widows, travelers, anyone, everyone. The villagers liked him immediately. His presence felt calm, like sitting beside a river. One afternoon, Daigo found himself sitting beneath a large tree where the monk often rested. Several villagers gathered nearby. As usual, people asked questions. One farmer asked about suffering. A merchant asked about anxiety. A young mother asked about fear. Eventually, an elderly woman raised her hand. "Master, why do some people seem naturally wise while others seem hopeless?" The question caught Daigo's attention immediately. The monk remained silent for several moments. Then he pointed toward the muddy road. "What do you see?" The villagers looked confused. "Mud." The monk nodded. Then he reached into his robe. From a small pouch, he removed a pearl. The object glowed softly in the afternoon light. Beautiful, pure, luminous. The villagers admired it. The monk smiled. Then, to everyone's shock, he dropped it directly into the mud. Several people gasped. The pearl disappeared instantly. The monk looked around. "What do you see now?" "Mud." The monk nodded. "And the pearl?" No one answered. The old teacher smiled. "Has it disappeared?" The villagers looked uncertain. Finally, a child spoke. "No." "Why not?" "Because it's still there." The monk's smile widened. "Exactly." The lesson intrigued Daigo, yet he did not fully understand it. Later that afternoon, after the crowd dispersed, he approached the monk privately. "What did the pearl mean?" Master Kaito looked towards him. "What do you think it meant?" Daigo sighed. "I don't know." The monk studied him carefully, then asked, "Do you think people are born as pearls or mud?" The question felt strange. Daigo shrugged. "Some people seem better than others." The teacher nodded. "Better at what?" The younger man hesitated. The answer seemed obvious at first, then less obvious. The monk smiled. A seed and a tree look very different, yet both contain the same life. The words lingered, though their meaning remained unclear. Over the following weeks, Daigo found himself returning to speak with the monk, not because he sought enlightenment, because he enjoyed the conversations. The teacher rarely gave direct answers. Instead, he asked questions that followed him home, questions that appeared unexpectedly while working, questions that slowly changed how he viewed himself. One evening, Daigo confessed something. "I think something is wrong with me." The words emerged quietly, almost unwillingly. The monk listened patiently, then asked, "Who told you that?" The question surprised him. "No one." The monk waited. Daigo looked away, then sighed. "Many people." The teacher nodded. "And how many times have you repeated their words to yourself?" The silence answered for him. "Thousands, perhaps more." The realization felt uncomfortable, because he suddenly understood something. Many of the judgments hurting him no longer belonged to others. They belonged to him. He carried them, repeated them, protected them, fed them. The prison door stood open, yet he remained inside. One morning, the monk invited Daigo to accompany him on a walk. The path followed the river beyond the village. Recent rains had left much of the ground muddy. As they walked, they encountered a farmer attempting to pull a cart from deep mud. The wheels refused to move. The horse struggled. The farmer grew frustrated. Without hesitation, Master Kaito stepped forward to help. So did Daigo. Together they pushed, pulled, strained. Eventually, the cart broke free. The farmer thanked them repeatedly, then continued on his way. The monk smiled. The younger man smiled too. Helping felt surprisingly good. Several minutes later, the teacher asked, "What were you thinking while helping?" Daigo frowned. "What do you mean? Were you worrying about your reputation?" "No." "Were you thinking about your failures?" "No." "Were you comparing yourself to others?" "No." The monk nodded. "You were simply helping." The lesson arrived gently. For a few moments, all his usual self-judgments disappeared. Not because they were solved, because they were absent. The experience mattered. As the months passed, small changes began appearing. Daigo still made mistakes, still forgot things occasionally, still stumbled. But something important shifted. He stopped defining himself by those moments. The distinction changed everything. Failure became an event, not an identity. Mistakes became teachers, not permanent labels. Growth became possible, because he no longer assumed he was fundamentally broken. The pearl remained hidden, yet he had begun believing it existed. One autumn afternoon, a wealthy merchant visited the village. The man possessed fine clothing, expensive horses, numerous servants. His arrival attracted considerable attention. That evening, he attended one of Master Kaito's gatherings. During the discussion, the merchant asked, "Do you believe everyone possesses wisdom?" The monk nodded. "Yes." The merchant laughed. "Even fools?" The teacher smiled. "Especially them." The crowd laughed. The merchant frowned. The monk continued. "A pearl does not become mud because mud covers it." The lesson landed immediately. Not only for the merchant, for Daigo too, because he realized how often people confuse appearance with essence, circumstance with identity, behavior with potential. The distinction mattered enormously. Winter arrived. Snow covered the village. The roads grew quiet. Life slowed. One evening, a serious problem emerged. A section of the riverbank collapsed after heavy weather. Several homes became threatened. The villagers organized emergency repairs. Everyone contributed: farmers, merchants, carpenters. Children carried supplies. Elders prepared food. The entire community worked together, including Daigo. For 3 days, he labored tirelessly, moving stones, digging trenches, reinforcing the bank. When the danger finally passed, the village celebrated. Several people approached him, thanked him, praised his effort. The attention felt unfamiliar, yet something mattered more. For the first time, he respected himself, not because others approved, because he had seen what he was capable of. The pearl felt slightly less hidden. Several weeks later, Master Kaito prepared to leave. The announcement saddened many villagers, especially Daigo. On the teacher's final evening, the young man approached him. "I don't want you to go." The monk smiled. "I was always going." The answer made him laugh despite himself. Then he grew serious. "What if I forget everything?" The old teacher shook his head gently. "You won't." "How can you know?" The monk looked toward the snowy road, then answered, "Because I didn't give you anything." The younger man frowned. "What do you mean?" The teacher's eyes softened. The pearl was already there. Silence filled the space between them. The lesson felt complete. Not finished, complete. There is a difference. Years passed. Daigo matured. The village changed. Children became adults. Adults became elders. Life unfolded as it always does. The young man who once believed he was worthless gradually became someone others respected. Not because he became perfect, he didn't. Not because he became famous, he didn't. Because he learned to see himself clearly. And people who see themselves clearly often become capable of seeing others clearly too. One spring morning, a young girl approached him. She looked upset, deeply upset. After listening carefully, he discovered the problem. Several children had mocked her, told her she wasn't smart, told her she wasn't talented, told her she wasn't good enough. The words sounded painfully familiar. For a moment, Daigo saw his younger self. Then he smiled and told her a story about a pearl hidden in the mud. Many years later, after Daigo's hair had turned grey, villagers often sought his advice. The irony never escaped him. The boy once considered hopeless had become someone others trusted. One evening, while sitting beside the river, he reflected on his life. The mistakes, the lessons, the growth, the people who helped him. Most of all, he remembered the pearl, not the object, the truth behind it, the truth that changed everything, the realization that worth and appearance are not the same. Potential and present circumstances are not the same. Essence and behavior are not the same. The understanding filled him with gratitude and compassion, because once you recognize the pearl within yourself, you begin seeing it everywhere. And perhaps that is the lesson. The Buddha taught that every being possesses the capacity for awakening. Not just monks, not just scholars, not just saints, everyone. This teaching is sometimes called Buddha nature. The pearl hidden in the mud reminds us that our deepest value is not destroyed by confusion, failure, fear, or ignorance. It may become hidden, covered, forgotten, but not destroyed. The world often labels people quickly: successful, failure, gifted, hopeless, wise, foolish. Yet these labels rarely tell the whole story. A pearl covered in mud remains a pearl. A seed beneath the soil remains a seed. Potential continues existing even when invisible. The task is not creating the pearl. The task is uncovering it through patience, practice, compassion, understanding, and perhaps most importantly, through refusing to believe every judgment that passes through our minds. For beneath the mud of fear, doubt, and conditioning lies something luminous, something whole, something that has been there from the beginning, waiting patiently, like a pearl beneath the surface, until the day we finally remember to look. As our exploration of Zen Buddhism deepens, let us listen to a story that reveals how true worth is often overlooked. Here starts the next story. In a quiet monastery nestled among cedar-covered hills, there lived a young monk named Ren. The monastery was known throughout the region for its beautiful courtyard. At the center stood an ancient maple tree whose branches stretched wide above the stone paths. In spring, the tree produced tender green leaves. In summer, it provided cool shade. In autumn, its leaves turned brilliant shades of gold, orange, and crimson. Visitors often stopped simply to admire it, but every autumn, the tree created a problem. Its leaves fell constantly. Thousands upon thousands of leaves drifted from the branches. They covered the walkways. They filled the corners of the courtyard. They gathered around the temple steps. No matter how often the monks swept, new leaves would appear. The task seemed endless. Among the monastery residents, no one disliked this work more than Ren. Every morning before sunrise, he carried a broom into the courtyard. Every morning he swept piles of leaves into neat rows. And every morning before he even finished, more leaves floated down from above. The sight frustrated him. "It never ends," he often muttered. By midday, leaves returned. By evening, even more arrived. The next day, the process began again. To Ren, the work seemed pointless. He dreamed of more important responsibilities. He wanted to study profound teachings. He wanted to meditate for long hours. He wanted to discuss enlightenment with wise masters. Instead, he spent his mornings sweeping leaves. One chilly autumn day, Ren's frustration finally reached its limit. As he swept yet another pile of leaves, a gust of wind scattered them across the courtyard. The neat pile disappeared instantly. Leaves danced through the air. Some landed exactly where he had started. Ren slammed the broom against the ground. "This is ridiculous." An elderly monk named Jikan happened to be walking nearby. He stopped and watched quietly. "What troubles you?" he asked. Ren sighed. "The leaves." Jikan looked around. "They seem harmless enough. Not the leaves themselves. The sweeping." The old monk nodded. "Tell me more." Ren gladly did. For several minutes, he described his frustration. The work felt repetitive. The results never lasted. Nothing was ever truly completed. Every accomplishment disappeared almost immediately. When he finished, Jikan remained silent. Then he asked a simple question. "When you sweep, where is your mind?" Ren frowned. "What do you mean?" "While your hands hold the broom, where does your attention go?" The young monk thought for a moment. "I think about other things, such as the future, my studies, what I would rather be doing." The old monk smiled gently. "I see." That was all he said. Then he continued walking. Ren stared after him. The answer felt unsatisfying. In fact, it barely seemed like an answer at all. The following morning, Ren returned to the courtyard. The leaves had fallen heavily overnight. Golden and red leaves covered nearly every stone. He picked up his broom with a sigh. Then he remembered Jikan's question. When you sweep, where is your mind? Curious, he decided to experiment. Instead of thinking about tomorrow, he focused on the broom. He noticed the sound of the bristles brushing across stone, the soft, scraping rhythm, the texture of the wooden handle beneath his hands, the movement of leaves gathering together. For a few moments, he paid attention only to sweeping. Then his mind wandered again. He started thinking about breakfast. A few moments later, he remembered. He returned to the broom. Then his thoughts drifted toward future responsibilities. Again he returned. Then he remembered a conversation from the previous day. Again he returned. The pattern repeated constantly. Attention, distraction, attention, distraction. At first, he found this annoying, but slowly something changed. The work felt slightly less burdensome. The leaves remained the same. The broom remained the same. Yet the experience felt different. Several days later, Ren sought out Jikun. "I tried your suggestion." The old monk smiled. "And?" "It helped." "A little." Jikun nodded. "A little is enough." The young monk sat beside him. "But I still don't understand." The old monk waited patiently. "If sweeping leaves can be mindfulness practice, then what can't be?" Jikun's eyes brightened. "Excellent question." The old monk looked toward the courtyard. Then he said, "That is exactly the right question." Over the following weeks, Jikun began teaching Ren in unusual ways. One day he asked him to wash bowls. Another day he asked him to carry water. Another day he asked him to weed the garden. Each task seemed ordinary, yet after every activity, Jikun asked the same thing. "Were you present?" "Not." "Did you finish quickly?" "Not." "Did you perform perfectly?" "Not." "Did you impress anyone?" "Only." "Were you present?" At first, Ren struggled. His mind constantly wandered. While washing bowls, he thought about sweeping. While sweeping, he thought about eating. While eating, he thought about studying. While studying, he thought about sleeping. It seemed he was always somewhere other than where he actually was. One evening, Jikun invited him for tea. The two sat together overlooking the courtyard. Autumn leaves drifted gently through the air. The old monk poured tea. Then he asked, "Where do you think life happens?" Ren looked confused. "What do you mean? The past?" "No." "The future?" "No." The monk smiled. "Then where?" "The present." "Exactly." Jikun lifted his cup. "Yet most people spend their lives everywhere except there." The words lingered in Ren's mind. That night, he thought about them for a long time. The next morning he rose before dawn. The courtyard was silent. A thin layer of mist floated above the ground. Leaves covered the stone paths once again. Ren picked up his broom. Then something unexpected happened. For the first time, he stopped viewing the leaves as a problem. Instead, he simply noticed them. The colors, the shapes, the gentle way they rested upon the earth, the sound they made when gathered together, the cool air against his skin, the distant songs of waking birds, the slow brightening of the sky. Everything seemed unusually vivid. Nothing extraordinary had occurred. The leaves were still leaves. The broom was still a broom. Yet because he was actually present, the ordinary felt extraordinary. That morning passed quickly, not because he hurried, but because he was no longer fighting the moment. Weeks turned into months. Autumn eventually gave way to winter. The leaves disappeared. Snow arrived. Then spring followed. The maple tree grew new leaves once more. Ren continued practicing, not only while sweeping, while eating, while walking, while listening. while speaking, while breathing, he began discovering something remarkable. The quality of his attention changed the quality of his experience. When his mind raced ahead into the future, anxiety grew. When it wandered endlessly through the past, regret appeared. But when he returned to what was actually happening, a quiet peace emerged. Years passed. Ren matured into a respected monk. Visitors often came seeking profound wisdom. Many expected complicated answers. Instead, they frequently received simple ones. One afternoon, a wealthy merchant arrived. The man was exhausted. His business consumed every waking hour. His mind never rested. Even during meals, he worried about work. Even at home, he worried about finances. Even during sleep, his concerns followed him. "Master Ren," he said, "how can I find peace?" Ren looked toward the courtyard. The old maple tree still stood there. Its leaves once again covered the ground. Without speaking, Ren handed the merchant a broom. The man looked puzzled. "Should I sweep?" "Yes," the merchant reluctantly agreed. After several minutes, he returned. "The leaves are swept." Ren nodded. "Were you sweeping?" The merchant frowned. "Of course." "Were you?" The man thought carefully. Then he laughed. "No." "What were you doing?" "I was thinking about my business." Ren smiled. "Then perhaps the leaves were swept, but you never actually arrived." The merchant fell silent. For the first time, he understood. Months later, he returned. This time, his face appeared calmer. "What changed?" Ren asked. The merchant smiled. "I started sweeping." Ren raised an eyebrow. "The leaves?" "No. My life." The two laughed together. As the years continued, Ren often reflected on his time in the courtyard. He had once believed wisdom would arrive through dramatic experiences, through secret teachings, through extraordinary revelations. Instead, one of his greatest lessons came from a broom and a pile of leaves. He learned that enlightenment was not hidden somewhere far away. It was hidden inside ordinary moments that most people overlooked. Inside washing bowls, inside drinking tea, inside walking slowly, inside listening fully, inside sweeping leaves. One autumn evening, long after Jikan had passed away, Ren stood alone beneath the maple tree. The courtyard was covered once again. Thousands of leaves surrounded him. A gentle breeze stirred the branches overhead. One leaf drifted down and landed softly at his feet. Ren smiled. Then he picked up his broom. Not because the courtyard needed to be perfect, not because the work would last forever, but because this moment was here, and this moment deserved his full attention. As he swept, the evening sunlight painted the leaves gold. The world seemed wonderfully simple, and perhaps that was the lesson all along. Life is not found in the moment we finally finish everything. Life is not waiting at the end of the path. Life is here, in this breath, this step, this conversation, this ordinary task. The leaves will always fall again. Problems will return. Work will never truly end. But peace does not come from finishing the world's endless tasks. Peace comes from being fully present while doing them. And so the old monk swept the leaves, one stroke at a time, one breath at a time, one moment at a time, exactly where life had always been. In a valley surrounded by mountains and crossed by winding rivers, there stood a village famous for its weavers. The people there created some of the finest cloth in the region. Their fabrics were known for their beauty, strength, and intricate patterns. Merchants traveled great distances to purchase them. Kings wore them. Temples displayed them. Families passed them down through generations. Among all the weavers in the village, none was more respected than an elderly woman named Hana. Her work was extraordinary. The colors seemed alive. The patterns appeared almost magical. Many visitors believed her skill came from decades of experience. Others thought she possessed some secret technique. Whenever people asked how she created such beautiful cloth, Hana would simply smile. Then she would say, "I pay attention to the threads." Most assumed she was speaking about weaving. In truth, she meant something else entirely. One spring, a young man named Sora arrived in the village hoping to become her apprentice. Sora was talented. His hands were quick. His eyes were sharp. He learned patterns faster than most students. Yet despite his ability, he often became frustrated. He wanted to master weaving immediately. He wanted perfect results. He wanted recognition. Most of all, he wanted success to arrive quickly. During his first months as an apprentice, he made constant mistakes. Threads tangled, patterns became uneven, colors clashed unexpectedly. Whenever this happened, Sora grew angry. He blamed poor materials, bad luck, distractions, anything except his own impatience. One afternoon, after unraveling several hours of work ruined by a mistake, he slammed his hands against the loom. "This is pointless." Hana looked up from her weaving. "What is?" "All of it." The elderly woman waited. "The pattern keeps falling apart." She nodded. "And why do you think that is?" "Because one thread was wrong." Hana smiled. "Only one?" Sora frowned. "What do you mean?" The old woman motioned him closer. Together they examined the cloth. At first glance, the mistake seemed small. A single thread crossed where it should not have. Yet as Hana pointed further into the pattern, Sora noticed something surprising. The error had affected many other sections. One misplaced thread had gradually altered everything around it. The pattern remained recognizable, yet subtle distortions spread throughout the cloth. Hana traced the design gently with her finger. "Nothing stands alone." The words seemed simple, yet she spoke them with unusual seriousness. That evening, Sora thought about the lesson, a single thread influencing an entire design. The idea lingered. Days later, he joined several villagers repairing a bridge damaged by winter storms. The work required many people: carpenters, farmers, laborers. Even children carried supplies. At one point, Sora watched an elderly man carefully hammer a single wooden peg into place. The task seemed insignificant compared to the rest of the bridge. Yet later, he learned that without the peg, an entire support beam would have failed. Again, he remembered Hana's words, "Nothing stands alone." Several weeks afterward, another lesson arrived. A drought affected nearby villages. Water became scarce. Tension grew. People worried about crops. Families worried about survival. One afternoon, a neighboring village sent representatives requesting assistance. Many villagers hesitated. Resources were limited. Fear encouraged caution. Yet Hana immediately supported helping. Later, Sora asked why. "If we share our supplies, won't we have less?" The old woman smiled. Then she handed him a piece of unfinished cloth. "What do you see?" "A pattern. And if I remove half the threads?" "The pattern falls apart." "Exactly." She looked toward the neighboring village. "The same is true of people." Sora listened carefully. "We imagine ourselves separate. We imagine our lives belong only to us. We imagine our actions affect only ourselves." The old woman shook her head. But life is woven differently. The lesson puzzled him, yet over time, its meaning slowly revealed itself. Months passed. Summer arrived. The drought worsened. The village shared what resources it could. At first, some people complained, others worried. Yet something unexpected happened. When heavy rains finally returned, the neighboring villagers remembered the kindness they had received. Months later, when floods damaged parts of Sora's village, help arrived from every direction. Food, labor, materials, support. The generosity that had once flowed outward now flowed back, like a thread completing a pattern. One evening, while weaving beside Hana, Sora mentioned this observation. The old woman nodded. The world is full of invisible threads. He looked up. What do you mean? Instead of answering immediately, Hana walked to a nearby window. The sun was setting. Golden light filled the room. The village below glowed warmly. Children played in the streets. Smoke rose from cooking fires. Dogs barked in the distance. The old woman pointed toward the scene. Look carefully, Sora did. What do you see? People. What else? Houses. Roads. Animals. The old woman smiled. Look deeper. He remained silent. Then she continued. The farmer depends on the rain. The baker depends on the farmer. The merchant depends on the baker. The child depends on the parent. The parent depends on the community. Her voice remained soft, yet every word seemed important. The entire village exists because countless lives support one another. She turned back toward the loom. Like threads. For the first time, Sora began to glimpse what she meant. The realization deepened several years later. By then, he had become an accomplished weaver. People praised his work. Merchants sought his fabrics. His reputation spread beyond the valley. One autumn, a wealthy noble commissioned an enormous tapestry. It would be displayed in a palace. The project required months of effort. Sora devoted himself completely. Every detail mattered. Every thread was carefully chosen. Finally, after many months, the tapestry was completed. It was magnificent. Perhaps the finest work he had ever created. The noble was delighted. The payment was generous. Everyone celebrated. Yet that evening, while sitting alone beside the river, Sora felt strangely unsettled. The feeling surprised him. He had achieved exactly what he once desired. Recognition, success, respect. Why then did it feel incomplete? The following morning, he visited Hana. By now she was very old. Her hands moved more slowly. Her eyesight had weakened, yet her presence remained steady. After listening to his concerns, she asked, "Who helped create the tapestry?" Sora looked confused. "I did." The old woman raised an eyebrow. "Did you?" The question lingered. Then she began naming people. The shepherd who cared for sheep, providing wool. The dyers who created colors. The carpenters who built looms. The merchants who transported materials. The teachers who shared knowledge. The farmers who grew food, allowing everyone else to work. One by one, the list expanded. Eventually, Sora realized something extraordinary. The tapestry was not truly his alone. His hands had woven it, but countless lives had made it possible. The realization humbled him. It also brought unexpected peace. For years, he had viewed life through the lens of individual achievement. Now he saw something larger. No success belongs entirely to one person. No failure belongs entirely to one person. Everything arises through countless causes and conditions, like threads woven together. Years continued passing. Eventually, Hana died peacefully. The entire village mourned her passing, At her funeral, many people shared stories. Some remembered her kindness. Others remembered her wisdom. Others remembered her extraordinary craftsmanship. When it came time for Sora to speak, he stood quietly before the gathered crowd. Then he held up a piece of cloth Hana had woven long ago. The pattern was simple, beautiful, timeless. For several moments he simply looked at it. Then he said, "She taught me that life is woven from invisible threads." The crowd listened. We often see only ourselves, our goals, our struggles, our achievements. He ran his fingers across the fabric. But every life touches countless others. Every act of kindness, every word, every choice. We are constantly weaving one another's lives. Silence settled over the gathering. The lesson felt especially clear in that moment. Years later, when Sora himself became an elder teacher, students often asked for the secret to Hana's wisdom. Rather than giving long explanations, he usually brought them to the loom. There, he would hand them a single thread. Then he would ask, "What happens if I remove this?" Most students answered, "Very little." Then he would begin unraveling part of a pattern, slowly, patiently, until they saw the truth. One thread rarely remains only one thread. Everything connects, everything influences, everything participates, like rivers flowing into oceans, like roots beneath a forest, like stars within a night sky, like threads within a tapestry. And perhaps that is the lesson. We often imagine ourselves separate from one another, separate from nature, separate from the world, separate from life itself. Yet separation is often an illusion. Every breath depends on trees. Every meal depends on countless hands. Every friendship changes both people involved. Every kindness ripples outward. Every action becomes part of a larger design. We are all weavers, whether we realize it or not. Each thought, each word, each action, a thread. And together, through visible and invisible connections, we continuously weave the tapestry of the world. The question is not whether we are weaving. The question is what pattern we are helping create. Continuing along the path of Zen insight, we pause now to hear a teaching about perception and hidden value. Listen carefully to the next story. Every evening, just before sunset, the Tanaka family gathered for dinner. It had been their tradition for as long as anyone could remember. No matter how busy the day became, everyone eventually found their way back to the table. The meals were rarely elaborate. Rice, vegetables, soup, occasionally fish, nothing extraordinary. Yet those evenings held a quiet importance. Stories were shared, problems were discussed, laughter appeared unexpectedly. Even silence felt comfortable. For many years, one chair always belonged to Grandfather Kenji. He sat near the window overlooking the garden. From his place at the table, he could watch the seasons change. Spring blossoms, summer rain, autumn leaves, winter snow. The chair became so familiar that nobody imagined it empty. Some things seem permanent simply because we have known them for a long time. Grandfather Kenji was one of those things. He had always been there, offering advice when asked, offering advice when not asked, telling stories, making jokes, fixing broken tools, teaching grandchildren how to plant seeds and prune trees. His presence felt woven into daily life, like sunlight entering through a window, not always noticed, yet deeply missed when absent. As the years passed, however, age slowly began changing him. His steps became slower, his hands less steady, his eyesight weaker. The family noticed these changes but rarely spoke about them, partly out of respect, partly out of denial, partly because acknowledging change often makes it feel more real. Kenji himself seemed untroubled. When someone commented on his age, he simply smiled. Everything ripens. Then he would return to whatever task occupied him. One spring, shortly after the cherry blossoms began blooming, Kenji became ill. At first, nobody worried. He had recovered from illnesses before. Surely this would be the same. Days passed, then weeks. The illness lingered. Doctors visited. Medicines were prescribed. Hope rose and fell like waves. Some mornings seemed promising. Others did not. Eventually, everyone understood what no one wanted to say aloud. Kenji's life was nearing its end. The realization settled over the family like a heavy fog. Each person responded differently. His daughter cried often. His son immersed himself in work. The grandchildren avoided discussing it altogether. Only Kenji appeared calm. One afternoon, his oldest grandson, Akio, sat beside him in the garden. Neither spoke for several minutes. The cherry blossoms drifted through the air around them. Finally, Akio asked, "Are you afraid?" Kenji looked toward the trees. Then he smiled softly. "Sometimes." The answer surprised him. "You are?" "Of course." The old man chuckled. "Being calm doesn't mean never feeling fear." Akio nodded slowly. Then he asked, "How do you deal with it?" Kenji watched a blossom land upon the grass. "It helps to remember that everything I have ever loved has changed." The answer felt strange, perhaps even disappointing. Yet something about it lingered. Several weeks later, Grandfather Kenji passed away peacefully during the night. The family gathered. Friends visited. Ceremonies were held. Stories were shared. Tears flowed freely. The house felt different immediately. Not because the furniture changed, not because the rooms changed, because one person was missing. And absence has a way of making itself visible, especially in familiar places. The most difficult part, surprisingly, was dinner. Every evening, the family continued gathering around the table. The meals remained similar. The conversations continued. Yet one chair stood empty. Everyone noticed it. Nobody mentioned it. At first, the empty chair felt unbearable. Each glance toward it reopened the wound. His daughter often looked away. His son focused on his plate. The grandchildren spoke less than before. The chair seemed to contain a silence larger than the room itself. One evening, several months after Kenji's passing, Akio remained at the table long after everyone else had left. The dishes had been cleared. The room was quiet. Only the empty chair remained. As he stared at it, an unexpected feeling arose. Not sadness. Not exactly. Confusion. Why did the chair still hurt so much? The funeral had ended months earlier. Life had continued. Yet the sight of that empty space continued affecting him deeply. The following morning, he visited a small temple outside the village. An elderly monk named Ryokan lived there. Many people sought his guidance during difficult times. Akio found him sweeping fallen leaves from a stone path. After bowing respectfully, he explained his struggle. The monk listened patiently. Then he asked, "What troubles you most?" "The chair." Ryokan smiled gently. "The chair?" Akio nodded. "It reminds me that he's gone." The monk leaned on his broom. Then he asked, "Would you rather the chair had never existed?" The question startled him. "Of course not." "Why not?" "Because it belonged to my grandfather." The old monk nodded. "And what made it meaningful?" Akio thought for a moment, then answered, "The fact that he sat there." Ryokan smiled. "Exactly." The monk resumed sweeping. For several minutes, neither spoke. Finally, Ryokan said, Sometimes we focus so much on what has ended that we forget what was given. The words lingered. Over the following weeks, Akio reflected on them often. Gradually, he noticed something. Whenever he looked at the chair, his attention immediately moved to absence. What was missing, what had been lost, what could never return. Yet the chair also represented something else. Years of shared meals, stories, laughter, lessons, love. The empty chair existed because it had once been occupied. The pain existed because the relationship had mattered. One evening, while sitting alone at the table, he remembered a particular story his grandfather used to tell. A farmer had once complained that autumn leaves fell from the trees. The farmer considered it wasteful, sad, unnecessary. A wise teacher had responded, "Would you prefer the tree never produced leaves at all?" At the time, the story seemed simple. Now it felt profound. The leaves fall precisely because they first appeared. Loss exists because love existed. The realization did not erase grief, but it changed its shape. Several months later, the family faced an unexpected decision. They were renovating part of the house. The dining room needed changes. Some suggested removing the empty chair entirely. Others wanted to store it elsewhere. The discussion became surprisingly emotional. Everyone seemed unsure. Finally, Akio spoke. "Leave it." The family looked at him. "Why?" his mother asked. He considered carefully before answering. "Because the chair is not empty." The room grew quiet. His mother wiped away tears, and somehow everyone understood. The chair no longer represented only absence. It represented presence too. A life shared, a place occupied, a love that remained visible even after death. Years passed. The family continued gathering for dinner. New grandchildren were born. Children grew older. The house changed. The garden changed. The world changed. The chair remained. Visitors occasionally asked about it. The family would smile, then tell stories. Stories about Kenji. Stories that might otherwise have faded. In this way, the chair continued serving a purpose, not as a monument to loss, but as a reminder of gratitude. One autumn evening, many years later, Akio sat beside his young daughter during dinner. She had never met Kenji, yet she knew many stories about him. As they ate, she pointed toward the familiar chair. "Why does nobody sit there?" Akio smiled. Then he told her the story. The whole story. When he finished, she remained quiet for a moment. Then she asked, "Do you still miss him?" Akio looked toward the chair. The answer came easily. "Every day." His daughter frowned slightly. "Doesn't that make you sad?" He considered the question. Then he answered, "Sometimes." He smiled softly, "But mostly it makes me grateful." The little girl seemed to think deeply about this. Then she nodded. Children often understand more than adults expect. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Akio remained at the table alone. Moonlight entered through the window. The garden outside shimmered softly. The empty chair stood where it always had. Yet it no longer felt empty. Not really, because absence and presence often exist together. A person may leave, yet their influence remains. Their words remain. Their kindness remains. Their lessons remain. Their love remains. The chair had never been about furniture. It had always been about memory, about gratitude, about recognizing that impermanence does not erase meaning. The Buddha taught that everything changes. Everything. Relationships, bodies, seasons, lives. Many people hear this teaching and focus only on sadness. But there is another side. Impermanence is also what makes every moment precious. If nothing changed, nothing would matter. If life lasted forever, we might never appreciate it. The cherry blossom is beautiful because it falls. A sunset is beautiful because it ends. A conversation is precious because it cannot be repeated exactly. And a chair becomes meaningful because someone once sat there. Perhaps that is the lesson. Every life eventually leaves an empty chair somewhere. At a table, in a garden, on a porch, beside a river. The empty chair will hurt for a while, maybe for a long while. That is natural. That is love. But with time, if we look carefully, we may discover something. The chair is not only a symbol of loss, it is also evidence of a gift. Evidence that someone was here, that they shared their life, that they left traces of kindness, wisdom, laughter, and love behind them. And when we see that clearly, the chair remains empty. Yet the heart feels a little fuller. For gratitude and grief are not enemies. Often they sit together at the same table. And sometimes, if we allow them, they teach us how to cherish what was given without demanding that it stay forever. There was a forest so vast that travelers often spoke about it in whispers. The forest stretched for miles in every direction. Ancient trees blocked much of the sunlight. Thick moss covered fallen logs. Mist drifted between the trunks during the early mornings. Birdsong echoed from unseen branches. During the day, the forest felt mysterious. At night, it felt endless. Many roads crossed through it. Some led to villages. Some led to mountains. Some disappeared into places few people ever visited. Most travelers passed through safely, yet nearly everyone agreed on one thing. No one enjoyed being lost there after dark. Among the people living near the forest was a young man named Hero. Hero was intelligent, curious, energetic. He loved learning new things. Books fascinated him, maps fascinated him, stories fascinated him. He often dreamed about traveling far beyond the places he knew, yet he carried a hidden weakness. Hero hated uncertainty. Whenever he encountered a problem, he immediately wanted answers. When facing a decision, he wanted guarantees. When considering the future, he wanted certainty, not possibility, not probability, certainty. Unfortunately, life rarely provides such things. One autumn afternoon, Hero set out to visit a village on the far side of the forest. The journey was familiar. He had walked the route before. The weather appeared calm. The sky was clear. Everything seemed straightforward, at least initially. Several hours into the journey, dark clouds gathered unexpectedly. A storm rolled across the hills. Wind shook the trees. Rain began falling. The path became slippery. Visibility worsened. The forest darkened much earlier than usual. Soon, Hero realized something troubling. He had taken a wrong turn. At first, he remained calm. He simply retraced his steps, or attempted to. The paths looked different in the rain. Landmarks seemed unfamiliar. The storm distorted everything. Minutes became hours. The forest grew darker. Eventually, Hero stopped walking. Fear had begun creeping into his thoughts. What if I spend the night here? What if I cannot find the path? What if wild animals are nearby? What if no one finds me? The questions multiplied rapidly. Each possibility produced another. His breathing quickened. His heart raced. The darkness seemed to expand around him. Then, through the rain, he noticed a small light. Very small. Barely visible. At first, he thought he imagined it. Then he saw it again. A lantern. Someone was carrying a lantern through the forest. Relief flooded through him. He hurried toward the light. Eventually, he found its source, an elderly traveler walking slowly along a narrow trail. The old man carried a simple lantern made of wood and paper. The lantern illuminated only a few feet ahead, nothing more. Hero bowed respectfully. "I am lost." The traveler nodded. "I suspected as much." The young man looked around anxiously. "Do you know the way out?" "Yes." Relief deepened. "Wonderful." Then Hero looked at the lantern. Its light seemed surprisingly weak. The forest remained overwhelmingly dark. The young man frowned. "Is that your only lantern?" "Yes." "It barely lights anything." The traveler smiled. "Enough." Hero looked unconvinced. The old man began walking. After a moment, Hero followed. For several minutes they moved silently through the forest. The lantern illuminated only a short section of trail, perhaps 3 or 4 steps ahead, no more. The darkness beyond remained complete. Eventually, Hero grew frustrated. "How can you travel like this?" The old man glanced back. "Like what?" "Without seeing the entire path." The traveler chuckled softly. "I have never seen the entire path." The answer irritated him. What if there is danger ahead? There might be. What if the trail disappears? It might. What if... The old man interrupted gently. "What if the trail continues?" Hero fell silent. The traveler smiled. "The mind enjoys creating darkness beyond the lantern." The two continued walking. Rain tapped softly against leaves overhead. The forest seemed endless. Yet each time they reached the edge of the lantern's glow, a few more steps appeared. Then a few more. Then a few more. The path never revealed itself all at once, only gradually. One small section at a time. Several hours later, they reached a small shelter used by travelers during storms. Inside stood a wooden bench and a fireplace. The old man lit a fire. Soon, warmth filled the space. Hero felt calmer. After sharing a simple meal, he asked, "How do you remain so relaxed?" The traveler smiled. "About what?" "The uncertainty." The old man considered carefully, then pointed toward the lantern resting beside the wall. "Most people believe they need enough light to see the entire journey." He paused. "But life rarely works that way." The fire crackled softly. Outside, rain continued falling. The traveler continued, "You only need enough light for the next step." The words felt simple, yet something about them lingered. The old man introduced himself as Kenzo. He had spent decades traveling, crossing mountains, forests, deserts, villages, cities. Listening to him, Hero realized that Kenzo possessed something rare, not certainty. Peace, despite uncertainty. The difference mattered. The following morning, the storm had passed. Sunlight filtered through the trees. The forest looked entirely different. Less threatening, more beautiful. Before continuing their journey, Hero asked, "How did you learn this?" Kenzo smiled. "The lantern?" "Yes." The old traveler laughed. "By being lost." Many times, as it turned out. He explained that during his younger years, he constantly demanded clarity. He wanted detailed plans, perfect information, complete certainty. Whenever uncertainty appeared, anxiety followed. Eventually, life taught him something different. Most important decisions occur before complete certainty arrives. Most journeys unfold one step at a time. Most answers reveal themselves gradually. The lesson sounded obvious, yet Hero sensed its depth. For the remainder of the journey, he paid close attention to the lantern. Even during daylight, it became a symbol. Each evening, when darkness arrived, the lantern revealed only a small section of road, never the destination. never the entire route, and yet somehow it proved sufficient. Days later, after reaching the village, Hiro thanked Kenzo. The old traveler prepared to continue onward. Before departing, he handed the lantern to Hiro. The young man looked surprised. "I cannot take this." Kenzo smiled. "You can. But what will you use?" The old traveler laughed. "I have carried many lanterns." Then he pointed toward Hiro's chest. "The important one is already there." The statement made little sense, at least at the time. Years passed. Hiro eventually returned home, yet the lesson remained. Life quickly provided opportunities to practice it. His father became ill. Business opportunities appeared. Relationships changed. Difficult decisions emerged. Again and again, he noticed the same pattern. His mind wanted complete certainty. The future refused to provide it. At first, this frustrated him. Then he remembered the forest, the lantern, the next step. One winter, a severe drought affected the region. Many farmers panicked. The future seemed unclear. People demanded answers, predictions, guarantees. No one possessed them. One evening, several villagers gathered seeking Hiro's advice. By now, he had become respected for his calm judgment. "What should we do?" they asked. Hiro thought carefully, then smiled. "The next thing." The villagers looked confused. He explained. They could not control rainfall. They could not predict every outcome, but they could prepare water storage, help one another, protect crops where possible, take the next step, then the next, then the next. The approach proved surprisingly effective, not because it eliminated uncertainty, because it prevented paralysis. Years later, Hiro became a teacher. Students often approached him overwhelmed by life's complexity. What career should I choose? What if I fail? What if I choose incorrectly? What if the future goes badly? The questions varied. The anxiety remained remarkably similar. Whenever possible, Hiro shared the story of the lantern. Most students expected wisdom to arrive as certainty. Instead, he offered something different. Trust. Trust in the next step. Trust in awareness. Trust in the ability to respond when circumstances changed. One evening, while teaching beside a temple garden, a student asked, "How do I know I am on the right path?" Hiro smiled, then pointed toward a lantern hanging nearby. "What does the lantern show?" "A few steps." "Exactly." The student frowned. "That doesn't answer my question." Hiro laughed softly. "It does." The young man looked puzzled. The teacher continued, "If you wait to see the entire path before taking a step, you may remain standing forever." Silence settled over the garden. The lesson landed, not fully, but enough. Late in life, Hiro returned to the forest where he first met Kenzo. The trees seemed smaller now, or perhaps he had changed. The paths remained, the streams remained, the silence remained. As evening approached, he carried a lantern through the woods, the same lantern, weathered by time, the paper replaced several times, the wood worn smooth by years of use. Darkness gradually filled the forest. The lantern illuminated only a few feet ahead, exactly as before. Yet now the limitation felt comforting, not frightening, because he finally understood. Life itself resembles traveling through a dark forest. We rarely see the entire route, rarely understand the future completely, rarely possess all the answers. And yet, somehow, step by step, the path unfolds. The Buddha often taught that wisdom is not the absence of uncertainty. Wisdom is learning how to move through uncertainty without becoming lost in fear. The lantern never reveals everything. It reveals enough. Enough for this moment. enough for the next step, enough to continue. And perhaps that is the lesson. Many people spend years demanding complete certainty before they begin, complete certainty before they trust, complete certainty before they change, complete certainty before they live. But life does not offer such guarantees. The future remains hidden. The path remains mysterious. The forest remains dark beyond the lantern's glow. Yet the next step is usually visible. And then the next. And then the next. You do not need enough light for the entire journey. Only enough light for the step you are taking now. The rest will reveal itself when the time comes. Just as it always has. Just as it always will. As we drift deeper into the still waters of Zen, a quiet teaching begins to rise, one that speaks of clarity and of value not always seen. Listen gently now. The next story begins. This story has a wonderful lesson and tells you a bit more about compassion over fear. The forest had many rulers. At least, that is what the animals believed. The elephants ruled the riverbanks with their size and memory. The monkeys ruled the treetops with their noise and clever hands. The eagles ruled the open sky with their sharp eyes and silent wings. But in the deepest part of the forest, where the trees grew close together and sunlight reached the ground only in thin golden lines, there was one creature everyone feared, the tiger. His name was Varu. He was large, powerful, and scarred from many seasons of survival. His orange coat burned like fire between the trees. His black stripes moved like shadows. When he walked, even the dry leaves seemed afraid to make sound beneath his paws. The animals spoke of him in whispers. Mothers warned their young, "Do not wander near the dark grove." Birds stopped singing when he passed. Monkeys climbed higher. Deer froze at the faintest scent of him. Even the wild boars, strong and stubborn as they were, avoided the paths where his footprints appeared. Varu knew he was feared, and for many years he believed fear was the same as respect. When animals fled from him, he felt powerful. When the forest grew silent around him, he thought it meant he was important. When others trembled, he believed it proved his strength. But the truth was more complicated. Varu was not only feared, he was alone. No animal rested near him. No bird sang close to him. No creature trusted him. Wherever he went, the forest emptied. He told himself this was the way of tigers. A tiger walks alone. A tiger needs no one. A tiger survives by strength. And because he repeated these thoughts often enough, he almost believed them. Almost. Near the edge of the same forest lived a gentle deer named Sila. She was not the largest deer in the herd, nor the fastest, nor the most beautiful. But she had a quiet presence that others trusted. When young fawns became frightened, they stood beside her. When older deer grew tired, she slowed her pace. When birds sounded an alarm, she listened carefully before running, never panicking before understanding. The herd respected her not because she demanded respect, but because she made others feel safe. Sila knew fear well. All deer know fear. It lived in their bodies like a second heartbeat, a snapping twig, a strange scent, a shadow moving too quickly. Fear could save a deer's life, but Sila had learned something many animals did not. Fear was useful as a messenger, dangerous as a master. When fear warned her, she listened. But she tried not to let fear decide everything. This made her unusual. Some deer admired her calmness. Others thought it foolish. One evening, as the herd grazed near a field of tall grass, a young buck named Joran approached her. "You walk too slowly," he said. Sila lifted her head. "Do I?" Yes, you pause too often. You look at things too long. One day your calmness will get you killed. Sila looked toward the darkening trees. Perhaps. Joran snorted. When there is danger, the wise run. When there is danger, yes, Sila replied. And when there is only fear? The young buck had no answer. He flicked his ears and walked away. That night, the moon rose pale above the forest. Mist gathered between the trunks. Most of the herd slept in a sheltered clearing. Sila remained awake for a while, listening. Crickets sang. Leaves rustled softly. Far away, an owl called. Then she heard something else. A low sound, not a roar, not a growl, something quieter, almost like pain. Sila stood still. The sound came again. It drifted from the direction of the dark grove. The place where no deer willingly went. The place where Varu the tiger was said to hunt. Every instinct in Sila's body told her to turn away. Her ears sharpened. Her legs tightened. Her breathing grew shallow. Fear had arrived, and fear said, "Run." But the sound came again. This time, Sila heard it more clearly. It was not the sound of hunting. It was the sound of suffering. She took one step forward, then stopped. Another deer nearby stirred. "Sila?" whispered an older doe named Mara. "Where are you going?" "I heard something." Mara lifted her head. "What?" "I am not sure." The sound came again from the darkness. Mara's eyes widened. "That is the tiger's direction." "I know." "Then do not go." Sila remained still. The forest waited. Mara spoke urgently. "No good comes from walking toward a tiger." Sila looked at her gently. "Perhaps not." "Then stay." For a long moment, Sila said nothing. Then she answered, "If fear is correct, I will return quickly." "And if fear is wrong?" Sila looked toward the dark grove. "Then something may need help." Mara stared at her as though she had lost her senses. Before she could reply, Sila stepped into the trees. The forest became colder beneath the branches. The moonlight weakened. Every shadow seemed alive. Sila moved slowly, placing each hoof carefully upon the earth. Her body remained ready to flee. She did not pretend there was no danger. Compassion is not blindness. It does not walk into darkness with closed eyes. It sees the danger clearly, and still asks whether fear is telling the whole truth. The painful sound came again, closer now. Sila followed it through ferns, around fallen logs, and beneath old branches tangled with vines. Then she saw him. Varu. The tiger lay near a dry stream bed, half hidden beneath a leaning tree. One of his front paws was caught in a hunter's iron trap. The trap had closed around his leg, biting deep. Blood stained the ground. His breathing was heavy. His eyes burned with pain and fury. Sila froze. Every story she had ever heard about him returned at once. The tiger who stalked in silence. The tiger who killed without mercy. The tiger whose shadow emptied the forest. Varu saw her. His lips pulled back. A low growl rolled from his throat. "Come closer," he said, "and I will tear you apart." Sila's legs trembled. There was no shame in that. Only fools feel no fear near danger. She took one step back. Varu growled again. "Run, little deer." Sila should have obeyed. Any other deer would have vanished before his next breath. But she noticed something. The tiger's growl was powerful, but tired. His threat was fierce, but desperate. He was not standing. He was trapped. And beneath his anger, Sila could hear pain. She stayed where she was. "I heard you." Varu's eyes narrowed. "Then you should have run." "I nearly did." "Then why are you still here?" Sila looked at the iron trap. "Because you are suffering." The tiger laughed bitterly. It was a terrible sound. "And what is that to you?" Scylla did not answer immediately. The wind moved softly through the leaves. Finally, she said, "I do not know yet." Varu stared at her. He had expected fear. He had expected running. He had expected trembling. He had not expected honesty. "Leave," he said. Scylla looked around. The trap was attached to a heavy chain wrapped around the root of a tree. The hunters who had set it were nowhere nearby, but they might return at dawn. If they did, Varu would die. The forest would no longer fear him. Many animals might even feel safer. A thought appeared in Scylla's mind. Perhaps I should leave. Perhaps this is justice. Perhaps the forest would be better without him. The thought was not cruel. It was understandable. Varu had frightened many, hunted many, harmed many. Fear argued strongly. But then Scylla looked again, not at the stories, not at the reputation, not at the shadow he cast in the minds of others, at the living creature before her, breathing, bleeding, trapped, in pain. The Buddha's teachings, though Scylla had never heard them spoken in human words, live deeply in the natural world. Suffering is suffering. Fear divides it into worthy and unworthy. Compassion sees more clearly. Scylla took one careful step closer. Varu's body tensed. "I warned you." "I heard. Then you are foolish." "Perhaps." The tiger's tail struck the ground. "Why would you help me?" Scylla looked at him. "Because pain is pain." Something flickered in Varu's eyes. Not softness. Not yet. Confusion. No creature had ever said such a thing to him. Animals feared him. Hunters hated him. Rivals challenged him. But help? Compassion? Toward him? It made no sense. Scylla examined the trap from a distance. The metal jaws were strong, too strong for her to open with her hooves. But the chain around the root had loosened slightly, where the rain had softened the soil. If the root could be exposed, perhaps the chain could slip free. She moved closer. Varu growled again, but weaker this time. "Do not touch me." "I am not touching you." "What are you doing?" "Looking." The tiger watched suspiciously as the deer circled the tree. She began scraping the soft earth around the root with her hooves. Slowly, carefully. The work was difficult. The ground was tangled with stones and smaller roots. Her legs were not made for digging. Still, she continued. Varu stared. Minutes passed, then longer. The forest remained silent around them. At last, he said, "You are wasting your time." Scylla kept digging. "The hunters will return." "I know. You cannot open the trap." "Perhaps not. I may still kill you." Scylla paused, then looked at him. Yes. The answer irritated him. Then why continue? Scylla lowered her head and resumed scraping earth. "Because I have not yet finished trying." Varu did not know what to say. The moon traveled slowly across the sky. Scylla worked until her legs ached. Several times she stopped to listen. No hunters, no footsteps, only wind. At last, enough soil loosened around the root that the chain shifted. Varu felt it. His ears lifted. Scylla pushed her head carefully against the chain, trying to move it. It scraped against bark. The tiger pulled his trapped leg and roared in pain. Scylla leapt back. For a moment, fear nearly overwhelmed her. The roar shook the trees. Birds burst from branches. The entire forest seemed to wake. Varu lowered his head, panting. "Go," he said. His voice was different now, not threatening, defeated. Scylla watched him. Blood continued seeping from his leg. The first pale hint of dawn would come soon. She stepped forward again. "No." Varu closed his eyes. "Why?" Scylla pushed again at the chain. "Because you are not free yet." something inside the tiger shifted. Only slightly, but truly. For the first time in his life, he did not understand strength. He had believed strength was the power to frighten, the power to dominate, the power to make others flee. But the deer before him was afraid. He could smell it, hear it in her breath, see it in the tremble of her legs. And still she stayed. What kind of strength was that? Sila pushed once more. The chain moved, only a little, then another little. Varuu gathered what strength he had left and pulled. Pain shot through his body. The root cracked. The chain slipped lower. Sila scraped more earth away. Again he pulled. The root split. The chain loosened. With one final desperate movement, Varuu dragged himself backward. The chain slipped free from the tree. He was still caught in the trap, but no longer chained to the root. He could move. Barely. Sila stepped back, exhausted. Varuu looked at her. For a long time, neither spoke. The tiger's paw remained wounded. The trap still clung to him. But if he could reach the rocky ravine nearby, perhaps he could break the mechanism against stone. Perhaps. Dawn was approaching. Sila knew she had to leave. The herd would be searching for her. The hunters might return. The tiger might change his mind. She turned slowly. Before she disappeared into the trees, Varuu spoke. "Dear." Sila looked back. His voice was low, still rough, still proud, but something in it had changed. "What is your name?" "Sila." The tiger repeated it silently. Then he said, "I do not understand you." Sila looked at him gently. "No." She paused. "But perhaps one day you will." Then she walked away into the grey light of morning. Behind her, Varuu lay alone with the broken root, the loosened chain, and a question he could not escape. Why would one who fears me choose to help me? The question followed him more painfully than the trap. And for the first time in many years, the tiger feared something other than hunger, hunters, or death. He feared that everything he believed about strength might be wrong. The forest woke slowly. Mist drifted between the trees. Birds greeted the dawn. Sunlight filtered through the branches in pale golden beams. And deep within the dark grove, Varuu the tiger remained motionless. Not because he wished to, because he was thinking. The trap still clung to his injured paw. Pain pulsed through his leg. Every movement hurt. Yet the physical pain seemed strangely distant compared to the question turning inside his mind. Why? Why had the deer stayed? The answer should have been obvious. There should have been a reason, a hidden motive, a benefit, some advantage, yet he could find none. The deer had gained nothing. She had risked everything. And for whom? For him, a tiger, a hunter, a creature feared by nearly every animal in the forest. The idea felt impossible, and yet it had happened. Varuu lowered his head. For years, he'd understood the world in simple terms. Strength and weakness, hunter and hunted, fear and survival. The strong took, the weak fled. That was reality. That was nature. Or so he had always believed. Yet the gentle deer had acted according to a completely different law. A law he could not understand. A law stronger than fear. Several hours later, Varuu reached the rocky ravine. The journey exhausted him. 3 times he nearly collapsed. Twice he considered giving up, but eventually he found a narrow gap between 2 large stones. With enormous effort, he wedged the trap into the rocks. Then he pulled. The metal resisted. Again, nothing. Again. Pain exploded through his leg. Then suddenly, crack, the mechanism broke. The trap fell away. Varuu collapsed onto the ground, free, wounded, but free. For several days, he hid within the ravine while his legs slowly healed. Normally, he would have focused entirely on recovery. Instead, his thoughts repeatedly returned to Scylla, the deer, her calm voice, her trembling legs, her refusal to leave, her compassion. The memory irritated him because it made him question things, and questioning was uncomfortable. Much easier to trust old beliefs, much easier to remain the tiger everyone feared. Yet something had changed, whether he wanted it to or not. One afternoon, while resting beneath an overhanging rock, Varuu noticed a small rabbit trapped beneath a fallen branch. The animal struggled desperately. Its hind leg was pinned. Normally the tiger would have ignored it or eaten it. Such things belong to the ordinary order of life. The rabbit noticed him. Its eyes widened with terror. It stopped struggling, accepted its fate. Varuu stared. Then something strange happened. For a brief moment, he saw himself, trapped, helpless, waiting. The memory returned with surprising force. The iron trap, the chain, the pain, the deer. The tiger growled softly, annoyed, confused. Then he stepped forward. The rabbit squeezed its eyes shut. The branch lifted. Varuu pushed it aside. The rabbit remained frozen. Certain death would follow. Instead, the tiger stepped away. Several seconds passed. Then the rabbit fled into the forest. Varuu watched it disappear. The feeling that followed surprised him. Not pride, not satisfaction. Something quieter, lighter, as though a burden had shifted slightly. The sensation disturbed him. He immediately tried to forget it, but forgetting proved difficult. Meanwhile, word of Scylla's nighttime disappearance had spread through the deer herd. Most assumed she had narrowly escaped danger. Some believed she had become reckless. Others admired her courage. The loudest criticism came from Joran, the young buck who valued caution above all else. When Scylla finally explained what had happened, disbelief spread through the herd. "You helped a tiger?" Joran stared at her. "Yes. Why?" "He was suffering." The young buck looked horrified. "He would have killed you." "Perhaps. Perhaps." Joran shook his head. "You risked your life for a predator." Several deer nodded in agreement. The criticism intensified throughout the following days. Some questioned her judgment. Others questioned her wisdom. A few questioned her sanity. One evening, Joran confronted her directly. "You are teaching dangerous lessons." Scylla looked at him calmly. "What lesson am I teaching?" "That fear should be ignored." The deer shook her head. "No." "Then what?" Scylla thought carefully, then answered, "That fear should be listened to." Joran looked confused, but not obeyed automatically. The young buck frowned. The distinction felt subtle, too subtle. "What if you had died?" Scylla looked toward the forest. "What if I had not helped?" Neither could answer. Several weeks passed. Summer deepened. The forest flourished. The tiger's leg gradually healed. The deer herd continued grazing. Life seemed to return to normal. Yet beneath the surface, something new was growing, in both of them. One evening, while searching for water during a particularly hot day, Scylla approached a stream she often visited. The moment she arrived, she froze. Varuu stood on the opposite bank. The tiger noticed her immediately. Silence settled between them. The stream flowed gently. Birds continued singing. Neither moved. Every instinct screamed inside Scylla's body. Danger. Tiger. Run. Fear remained alive. Compassion had never removed it. Fear serves a purpose. It protects, warns, guides. The question was whether fear alone would decide what happened next. Varuu remained still. The old version of himself would have enjoyed this moment. The power, the tension, the knowledge that another creature feared him. Instead, he felt strangely uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke. "My leg healed." Scylla nodded. "I can see that." Silence returned. The tiger looked toward the water, then back at her. "You saved my life." The words sounded awkward, as though he had never spoken them before. Perhaps he hadn't. Scylla smiled slightly. "You saved it too." The tiger frowned. "What do you mean?" "You had to keep trying." The answer puzzled him. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. A genuine laugh. Short, rough, but real. The sound startled both of them. For a moment, neither seemed certain what to do next. Eventually, Scylla lowered her head and drank. Varu did the same. The moment passed. Simple, ordinary, yet somehow significant. When they finally departed, neither felt quite the same as before. Months continued flowing by. Autumn approached. Leaves began changing color. The forest prepared for another cycle. One afternoon, disaster arrived. Hunters, not one or two, an entire group. They entered the forest seeking valuable animal skins. Large traps appeared along hidden paths. Snares were placed near streams. Danger spread quickly. Animals vanished. Birds carried warnings from tree to tree. Fear swept through the forest. For good reason. Unlike imagined dangers, these dangers were real. One morning, panic erupted among the deer. A young fawn had become trapped. The hunters had not yet returned, but they would. Soon. The herd gathered nearby. No one knew what to do. The trap was hidden beneath bushes. Strong metal jaws held the fawn's leg. The little deer cried softly. Its mother stood trembling nearby. Fear dominated everything. Many deer wanted to flee immediately. Others wanted to help, but felt powerless. Then Scylla arrived. She examined the trap. The sight awakened old memories. The tiger, the chain, the suffering, the choice. Without hesitation, she began searching for a way to free the fawn. The problem was difficult. The trap was strong. Time was short. Then a shadow appeared among the trees. The herd immediately panicked. "Tiger!" Deer scattered. Fear exploded through the clearing, all except Scylla. Varu emerged slowly from the forest. The trapped fawn froze. The mother deer nearly collapsed from terror. Every instinct told the herd to run. The tiger stopped several paces away. His eyes moved from the trap, to the frightened fawn, to Scylla. Then he understood. No words were necessary. The deer stared at him. The tiger stared back. For a long moment, neither moved. Then Varu stepped forward. The herd gasped. Several deer prepared to flee. But Scylla remained calm. Very calm. The tiger approached the trap. His powerful jaws closed around the metal. Muscles tightened. The mechanism groaned, then snapped open. The fawn tumbled free. Instantly, its mother rushed forward. The pair disappeared into the trees. The herd remained frozen, unable to believe what they had witnessed. The tiger had freed one of them. Not hunted, not attacked. Freed. Varu stepped backward, then turned toward the forest. Before leaving, he looked once at Scylla. No words. None were needed. Then he vanished among the trees. The clearing remained silent long after he disappeared. The event spread throughout the forest. Animals argued about it for weeks. Some refused to believe it. Others insisted it was a trick. Many simply felt confused. Predators were not supposed to behave that way. Fear relied upon simple stories. The strong threaten, the weak flee. The world is divided. Compassion complicates such stories. Several months later, winter arrived. Heavy snow covered the forest. Food became scarce. Life became difficult. One particularly harsh storm trapped many animals in their shelters for days. When the weather finally cleared, widespread hunger followed. The conditions affected everyone, including predators, including deer. One evening, Sila discovered something unusual, a small cache of food left near a sheltered clearing. Roots, berries, plants preserved beneath snow, enough to help several hungry animals survive. No one knew who placed it there, at least initially, but large paw prints nearby revealed the truth. Varu, the tiger, had found food, then shared it, not because he benefited, not because anyone would praise him, simply because suffering is suffering. The lesson he once received had begun changing him, slowly, quietly, like water shaping stone. Years passed. The forest changed. Animals came and went. Young became old. Old became stories. And among those stories, one became especially famous. The story of the tiger and the deer. Children often asked, weren't they afraid? The elders always smiled, because the answer mattered. Yes, they were afraid. Both of them. Courage is not the absence of fear. Compassion is not the absence of fear. They are choices made despite fear. The tiger learned that strength without compassion creates loneliness. The deer learned that compassion without wisdom becomes recklessness. Together, they discovered something deeper. Fear protects life. Compassion transforms it. Late in life, when Sila's muzzle had turned grey and Varu's movements had slowed with age, they met one final time beside the stream where they once drank together. The water flowed gently. Autumn leaves drifted across its surface. The tiger lay beneath a tree. The deer stood nearby. Neither spoke for a while. The silence felt comfortable. Finally, Varu asked, "Why did you help me?" The question had survived all those years. Sila smiled. "You still don't know." The tiger shook his head. She looked toward the water, then answered, "Because fear saw a tiger, and compassion saw suffering." The old tiger closed his eyes. At last, he understood, not merely with his mind, with his life. And perhaps that is the lesson. Fear is not wrong. Fear warns us about danger. Fear protects us. Fear helps us survive. But fear sees only one part of reality. Compassion sees another. Fear asks, how can I protect myself? Compassion asks, how can I reduce suffering? Wisdom listens to both. The Buddha taught that hatred never ends through hatred. Fear never ends through fear. Only compassion has the power to interrupt the cycle. Not because compassion is weak, because it requires extraordinary courage. Anyone can react according to fear. Few can remain open-hearted while afraid. The gentle deer changed the tiger changed the forest. And neither transformation began with power. It began with a simple choice. One creature seeing another creature's pain and refusing to look away. For compassion does not erase fear. It simply reminds us that there is something greater. And when we act from that greater place, even the fiercest tiger can learn gentleness. And even the smallest deer can teach wisdom. With each breath, we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen, where the smallest stone may hold the greatest truth. Here starts the next story. The road wound through mountains, forests, villages, and valleys. Some sections were smooth, others were steep. Some crossed beautiful landscapes filled with wildflowers and singing birds. Others passed through rocky terrain where little seemed to grow. Yet travelers continued using the road because it connected distant regions and offered one of the few reliable routes across the country. Among those travelers was a man named Kaito. At first glance, Kaito appeared ordinary. He was neither rich nor poor, neither young nor old. His clothing was simple, his face unremarkable. Yet anyone who walked beside him for more than a few minutes noticed something unusual. His backpack. The pack looked enormous, far larger than necessary. It sat heavily upon his shoulders. The straps dug deeply into his clothing. His posture leaned forward from the weight. His steps seemed slower than they should have been. Whenever travelers passed him, they often asked the same question. "What are you carrying?" Kaito usually smiled politely. "Just my things." The answer ended most conversations. Yet it was not entirely true, because the backpack contained more than clothing and supplies. Much more. Years earlier, Kaito had begun carrying certain memories. Not literally, emotionally. A betrayal by a trusted friend, the death of his father, a failed business, a relationship that ended painfully, a public embarrassment he never forgot, an opportunity he missed, a mistake he deeply regretted. The events themselves had happened long ago, yet Kaito continued carrying them, replaying them, revisiting them, protecting them, feeding them. The backpack became a perfect symbol. Every regret added weight. Every resentment added weight. Every old wound added weight. He rarely noticed the process. The burden accumulated gradually, like stones dropped into a bag one at a time. No single stone seemed significant. Eventually, the load became enormous. Yet because he carried it every day, it felt normal, at least to him. One spring morning, Kaito arrived at a mountain village. The journey there had been difficult. Steep trails, cold weather, strong winds. His shoulders ached, his back throbbed, his knees hurt. After renting a small room for the night, he sat outside an inn watching the sunset. An elderly monk happened to be staying there as well. The monk's name was Ryokan. He carried no backpack, only a walking staff and a small cloth bag. The contrast amused Kaito. The old man looked light enough to be carried by the wind. Eventually, the monk sat beside him. Neither spoke for several minutes. The sky slowly changed color. Orange became red. Red became violet. The village grew quieter. Finally, Ryokan asked, "How far have you traveled?" Kaito named several regions. The monk nodded. "A long journey?" "Yes." "And a heavy one?" Kaito laughed. "You noticed the backpack?" The old monk smiled. "It is difficult not to." Kaito shrugged. "A traveler needs supplies." The monk nodded. "Of course." Then he asked, "What would happen if you removed a few unnecessary things?" The younger man smiled. "I already carry only what I need." The old monk did not argue. He simply nodded. The conversation ended. Or so Kaito thought. The next morning, they found themselves leaving the village at nearly the same time. Their routes followed the same mountain path. So, they walked together. The road climbed steadily. Birds sang in the trees. Sunlight filtered through pine branches. The day felt pleasant, yet Kaito struggled. The backpack seemed heavier than usual. After several hours, they stopped beside a stream. While drinking water, Ryokan asked, "What is the heaviest thing you carry?" Kaito immediately touched the backpack. "My cooking equipment." The monk smiled. "No." The younger man frowned. "My blanket." "No." "My water." The monk shook his head gently. "No." Silence settled between them. Then Ryokan asked, "Do you still think about the man who betrayed you?" Kaito froze. The question struck unexpectedly. "How do you know about that?" The old monk smiled. You told me yesterday. I did not. Not with words. The monk's eyes remained kind. But you told me. The younger traveler looked away. The betrayal had happened 12 years earlier. A business partner had stolen money and disappeared. The loss nearly ruined him. The memory remained vivid, painfully vivid. Ryokan continued. Do you carry it often? Kaito sighed. Sometimes. The old monk laughed softly. Sometimes. The traveler knew the answer immediately. Every day. The memory visited every day, sometimes briefly, sometimes for hours. The monk nodded. Heavy. The word lingered. Heavy. The same word people used for his backpack. They continued walking. The trail became steeper. The conversation remained with him. By afternoon, they reached a high ridge overlooking a vast valley. The view was breathtaking. Mountains stretched into the distance. Cloud shadows drifted across forests. Rivers glittered like silver threads. Ryokan sat upon a rock. Kaito sat nearby. The old monk pointed toward the valley. What do you see? The traveler described mountains, trees, villages, water. The monk nodded, then asked, What do you not see? Kaito looked confused. How can I see what I don't see? The old monk smiled. Exactly. The answer felt irritating, yet familiar. Many of the monk's lessons seemed hidden inside simple questions. Eventually, Ryokan explained. You see the valley. Yes, but not every path. True. You see some villages. Yes, but not every home. The monk smiled. Perspective is always incomplete. The lesson seemed unrelated until the old man continued. The same is true of memory. Kaito remained silent. The monk looked toward the horizon. You remember betrayal? Yes. You remember loss? Yes. You remember pain? Yes. The old man nodded. But do you remember everything? The question struck deeply, because the answer was no. The betrayal had become the entire story, yet there had been good years before it, lessons afterward, people who helped him recover, strength he developed because of it. His memory focused almost entirely on the wound, not the whole journey. The realization felt uncomfortable because it challenged a story he had carried for years. That evening, they camped beside a lake. After dinner, Ryokan reached into his small cloth bag. He removed several stones, then placed them on the ground. Kaito looked puzzled. The monk pointed toward one stone. This is resentment. Then another. This is regret. Another. Guilt. Another. Anger. Another. Fear. The traveler watched silently. The monk then gathered the stones, placed them inside his cloth bag, and handed it to Kaito. Carry this. The younger man laughed. The bag felt surprisingly heavy. They walked a short distance. Then another. Then another. After only a few minutes, Kaito became annoyed. What is the point? Ryokan smiled. Heavy? Yes. The monk nodded. Now imagine carrying them for 10 years. The lesson landed immediately, because he already was. The following days continued similarly. Walking, talking, silence, questions, small lessons hidden inside ordinary moments. One afternoon, they crossed a narrow bridge above a Russian river. Halfway across, Kaito noticed a broken section of railing. Instantly, he imagined falling, injury, disaster, death. His heart raced. The fear felt real, yet nothing happened. They crossed safely. Later, Ryokan asked, How many times did you cross the bridge? Kaito frowned. Once. The monk smiled. Your body crossed once. The traveler understood immediately. His mind had crossed many times, again and again, imagining every possible outcome, suffering repeatedly, though the event itself lasted only moments. The pattern appeared everywhere: past pain, future worry, present fear. The mind carried them constantly, like stones, like weight, like baggage. One evening, while sitting beside a fire, Kaito finally asked, "How do I put them down?" The question emerged quietly, more vulnerable than anything he had asked before. The old monk stared into the flames. For a long time, he said nothing. Then he answered, "First, you must stop calling them treasures." The words hit harder than any lesson so far, because part of him knew it was true. He protected old wounds, defended them, identified with them. The pain had become part of his identity. Who would he be without it? The question frightened him. The fire crackled softly. Night settled around them, and for the first time in many years, Kaito began wondering whether the backpack he carried was heavier than it needed to be. The fire burned low. The mountains stood silent beneath the stars, and Kaito remained awake long after Ryokan had fallen asleep. The old monk's words repeated endlessly inside his mind. First, you must stop calling them treasures. The sentence irritated him, because it sounded unfair. He did not treasure his pain, did he? He treasured loyalty, justice, memory, lessons, not suffering. Yet the longer he examined the question, the less certain he became. The betrayal from 12 years earlier remained vivid. Every detail, every conversation, every feeling. Why? Why preserve it so carefully? Why revisit it so often? The event itself lasted only a short time, yet he had carried it for more than a decade, like a precious object protected from loss. The realization unsettled him deeply. Near midnight, he finally slept. The next morning, they continued walking. The path wound downward through pine forests. Sunlight filtered through the branches. Birds moved between the trees. The world felt peaceful, yet Kaito's thoughts remained busy. Eventually he asked, "What happens if I let go?" Ryokan smiled. "A good question." The monk walked quietly for several moments, then asked, "What do you fear?" The answer appeared immediately, that it meant nothing. The old monk nodded. The traveler continued, "If I stop carrying the betrayal, if I stop carrying the anger, if I stop carrying the regret, then maybe all that suffering meant nothing." The forest grew quiet around them. Finally, Ryokan spoke. "Does putting down a heavy pack mean the journey never happened?" Kaito looked down. "No." "Does healing a wound mean the injury never existed?" "No." The monk smiled. "Then why would releasing pain erase its lessons?" The question stayed with him, because he had never separated suffering from wisdom. He assumed letting go meant forgetting. The monk suggested something different. Perhaps the lesson could remain after the pain departed, like a traveler keeping the map while discarding the stone that came wrapped inside it. That afternoon, they reached a small village. The villagers welcomed travelers warmly. A festival happened to be taking place. Children ran through the streets. Musicians played near the market. Laughter filled the air. The atmosphere felt joyful. Yet one scene caught Kaito's attention. An elderly woman sat beside a food stall. A young child accidentally knocked over her basket of fruit. Apples rolled across the street. Several became damaged. The child froze, terrified. Everyone nearby saw what happened. The old woman looked down, examined the fallen fruit, then smiled. "It's all right." The child stared. Certain punishment would follow. Instead, the woman began gathering apples. The child quickly joined her. Several others helped too. Within minutes, the situation was resolved. The festival continued. Kaito watched thoughtfully. The woman could have become angry. She had every reason. Instead, she chose something else. Later, he mentioned the scene to Ryokan. The monk nodded. Interesting. What? She dropped the fruit. The traveler frowned. The child dropped the fruit. The old monk smiled. Only physically. The answer confused him. The monk continued. The child dropped apples. The woman could have dropped her piece. She chose not to. The lesson lingered, because he realized how often he had done exactly that. Someone else's actions had occurred years ago, yet he continued dropping his piece every day, again and again, long after the event ended. The following morning, the road entered a narrow canyon. Steep cliffs rose on either side. The air felt cool. Echoes lingered strangely between the rocks. Halfway through the canyon, they encountered another traveler, a man carrying a backpack even larger than Kaito's. The sight seemed almost comical. The stranger struggled visibly. Sweat covered his face. His breathing sounded labored. Every step appeared painful. Eventually, the man stopped, collapsed beside the path, and began unpacking his belongings. The pile seemed endless. Extra cooking pots, duplicate blankets, broken tools, rocks collected from previous journeys, objects with no practical use whatsoever. Kaito stared. The load looked absurd. Why carry all that? The stranger looked genuinely surprised. What if I need it? The answer sounded painfully familiar. The man spent several minutes sorting through his possessions. Eventually, he discarded nearly half of them. The difference was immediate. When he stood again, his posture improved. His face brightened. His movement became easier. The traveler laughed aloud. I should have done that years ago. After he departed, Ryokan looked toward Kaito. Neither spoke. No words were necessary. The lesson had arrived clearly enough. That evening, they camped beside a river. The water moved steadily toward the sea, never pausing, never clinging, never looking back. While watching the current, Kaito found himself remembering his father. Not the death, not the hospital, not the grief, something else. A fishing trip from childhood, a joke, a smile, a lesson about patience. The memory surprised him. For years, thoughts of his father led almost exclusively toward loss. Now other memories appeared, good ones, warm ones, complete ones. The sadness remained, but it no longer dominated everything else. The realization brought tears to his eyes, not painful tears, relieved ones. The monk noticed, yet said nothing. Sometimes silence teaches best. Several days later, they reached a mountain pass. The climb proved difficult. Strong winds pushed against them. Loose stones shifted beneath their feet. The journey required effort, real effort. During one particularly steep section, Kaito stopped suddenly. His backpack felt unbearable. Without thinking, he removed it, set it on the ground, and sat beside it. The relief was immediate. His shoulders relaxed. His breathing deepened. His body felt lighter. The sensation lasted only moments, yet it revealed something important. He had forgotten what lightness felt like. The monk sat beside him. After several minutes, Ryokan asked, "How does it feel?" Kaito smiled. "Good." The old man nodded. "What changed?" "The pack." The monk shook his head gently. "No." The traveler frowned. "What do you mean?" "You changed." The wind moved softly around them. The monk continued. "The backpack remained the same. You stopped carrying it." The words settled deeply. Because that was exactly the lesson. The memories existed. The past existed. The experiences existed. The difference was carrying or not carrying. The following week brought rain. Long days of rain. The road became muddy. Travel slowed considerably. One evening, while sheltering beneath a rocky overhang, Kaito finally asked the question he had avoided. What about guilt? The monk looked toward him. What about it? The traveler stared into the rain. There are things I regret. The words emerged slowly, painfully. Mistakes, failures, moments he wished he could change. The old monk listened patiently, then asked, Can guilt repair the past? No. Can it teach? Sometimes. The monk nodded. Then keep the lesson. The traveler looked confused. And the guilt? Ryokan smiled. Why keep the packaging after opening the gift? The answer stunned him. Because he had spent years confusing the two, he assumed the lesson required the suffering. The monk suggested otherwise. Wisdom could remain, punishment could leave, growth could remain, self-condemnation could leave. The distinction felt revolutionary. Months passed. The journey continued. So did the transformation. Slowly, gradually, like a river shaping stone. No dramatic awakening arrived. No magical moment solved everything. Instead, countless small releases accumulated. A resentment set down. A regret softened. A fear questioned. An old story revised. One stone at a time. One burden at a time. One step at a time. The process felt remarkably similar to unpacking a heavy backpack. Not all at once. Carefully, deliberately, with patience. Eventually, the road led them toward the sea. The journey that began in the mountains approached its end. One evening, they sat on a cliff overlooking the ocean. Waves crashed below. The horizon stretched endlessly. The setting sun painted the water gold. For a long time, neither spoke. Then Ryokan asked, How heavy is your backpack? Kaito smiled. The question carried two meanings now. He removed the pack, lifted it, then laughed. Lighter. The monk nodded. Good. The traveler looked toward the ocean. I thought letting go would erase parts of me. The old monk smiled. And? It didn't. The waves rolled against the shore below. The traveler continued. I still remember. I still learned. I still care. The monk nodded. But? Kaito took a deep breath. I don't have to carry everything anymore. The old man smiled warmly. Exactly. The next morning, they reached a crossroads. Their paths separated there. The journey together had ended. Before departing, Kaito bowed deeply. Thank you. The monk returned the bow. For what? The traveler smiled. For helping me put things down. Ryokan laughed softly. I didn't put anything down. The old monk pointed toward Kaito. You did. Then he turned and walked away, slowly disappearing along the road. The traveler watched until he vanished from sight. Then he adjusted his backpack and continued his own journey. Years later, people sometimes ask Kaito why he seemed peaceful. The question always made him smile, because peace had not arrived through acquiring something. It arrived through releasing. The distinction mattered. Most people search for peace by adding more success, more security, more certainty, more control, more answers. Yet many burdens disappear not through addition, through subtraction, through setting down what no longer serves. Old anger, old guilt, old resentment, old stories, old pain. The backpack becomes lighter, not because life becomes easier, because unnecessary weight leaves. And perhaps that is the lesson. Many people travel through life carrying things that no longer belong to them. A criticism spoken 20 years ago, a betrayal from long ago, a mistake that has already taught its lesson, an identity formed during suffering, a fear inherited from another time. The weight becomes familiar. So familiar that we forget it can be set down. The Buddha often taught that suffering persists not merely because painful things happen, but because we continue carrying them long after the moment has passed. The first pain may be unavoidable. The second pain comes from clinging. The traveler and the heavy backpack reveal a simple truth. The journey itself is difficult enough. Life already includes challenges, loss, change, uncertainty. We do not need to add extra weight. Keep the lesson, release the burden. Keep the wisdom, release the suffering. Keep the memory, release the chains. For the road ahead will always contain hills to climb. But those hills become far easier when we stop carrying stones that were never meant to travel forever. And sometimes the greatest freedom is not found in reaching a destination. It is found in finally setting down what we no longer need to carry. The path of Zen unfolds like morning mist, soft and patient. In this next tale, we are invited to see, beyond appearance, into essence. Listen carefully to the next story. There once lived a monk named Sora who knew more than anyone else in his monastery. At least that was what everyone said. And over time, it became what Sora believed as well. The monastery sat high in the northern mountains where the nights were clear and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Travelers often stopped there seeking wisdom. Young monks came to study. Scholars visited to exchange ideas. And whenever difficult questions arose, people usually turned to Sora. He had memorized hundreds of teachings, ancient sutras, commentaries, poems, philosophical debates, historical accounts. If someone quoted a passage incorrectly, Sora corrected them. If someone asked about a teaching, Sora could explain it in detail. His memory was extraordinary, his knowledge vast. People admired him, and secretly, he admired himself. Not in an obvious way. He did not boast loudly. He did not demand praise. His pride was quieter than that, more refined, more difficult to detect. He simply believed he understood more than others. And because he believed this, he stopped listening as carefully as he once had. When younger monks asked questions, he answered before they finished speaking. When elders offered advice, he silently compared it to his own understanding. When visitors shared experiences, he often searched for opportunities to explain rather than learn. Knowledge had become his identity, and identities can become cages, even beautiful ones. One autumn evening, a wandering teacher arrived at the monastery. His name was Master Tenzin. Unlike many scholars, Tenzin carried no books. Unlike many teachers, he spoke very little. His robe was old, his sandals worn, his face weathered by many years of travel. At first, Sora felt disappointed. He expected a renowned master to appear more impressive. Yet the abbot welcomed the visitor warmly, very warmly, which surprised him. For several days, Tenzin remained at the monastery. The monks expected lectures, teachings, formal discussions. None came. Instead, the old teacher helped carry water, swept paths, prepared meals, worked in the garden. The younger monks seemed puzzled, Sora most of all. Finally, after several days, he approached the visitor. "Master," Tenzin smiled. "Yes? I have heard much about you." The old teacher nodded. "I hope not too much." The answer confused him. Sora continued. "People say you are wise." Tenzin laughed softly. "People say many things." The younger monk frowned. The conversation felt strangely difficult, like trying to hold water. Eventually he asked, "What teaching do you consider most important?" The old teacher looked toward the sky. The sun was setting. The first stars were appearing. Then he answered, "The one I am practicing right now." The answer irritated Sora immediately because it sounded vague, incomplete, unsatisfying. He wanted philosophy, not simplicity. That evening, Sora sat in the library. Books surrounded him. Scrolls lined the walls. Candles flickered softly. The familiar environment brought comfort. Here, he felt secure, certain. Knowledge filled every shelf. The room represented everything he valued. As he studied, one of the younger monks entered. The novice looked nervous. "Brother Sora?" "Yes?" "I wanted to ask a question." The younger monk hesitated. "What is enlightenment?" Sora smiled. Finally, a proper question. For nearly an hour, he explained. He quoted sutras, referenced historical masters, explained philosophical concepts, described various schools of thought. When he finished, the novice thanked him politely, then left. Several minutes later, Sora happened to pass through the courtyard. There sat the same novice beside Master Tenzin. The younger monk asked the same question. "What is enlightenment?" Tenzin picked up a fallen leaf, held it gently, then asked, "What do you see?" The novice looked carefully. "A leaf." The old teacher smiled. "Good." Several minutes later, the conversation ended. The novice walked away smiling, genuinely smiling. The sight annoyed Sora. How could a simple answer satisfy someone more than an hour of detailed explanation? The question followed him long into the night. The next morning, the monastery awoke before dawn. A clear sky stretched overhead. Thousands of stars filled the darkness. The monks gathered for meditation. Afterward, most returned indoors. Sora remained outside. The stars fascinated him. Astronomy had long been one of his interests. He knew the names of constellations, the movements of planets, the cycles of the moon, the stories attached to each star pattern. As he stood there, Master Tenzin approached. The old teacher looked upward. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Sora nodded. "I know the names of nearly all the visible constellations." The teacher smiled. "I don't." The answer surprised him. "You don't?" "No." Sora frowned. "Why not?" Tenzin continued gazing upward. "I have been too busy looking at them." The sentence lingered. The younger monk wasn't sure why, but something about it felt important. Several days later, the abbot announced an unusual task. A remote mountain shrine needed repairs. Several monks would travel there. The work would take weeks. To Sora's surprise, he was chosen. So was Master Tenzin. The journey began the following morning. The path climbed steadily into the mountains. Forests surrounded them. Streams crossed the trail. Birdsong echoed through the trees. The scenery felt peaceful. Yet Sora spent much of the journey discussing ideas, philosophy, history, scripture, debate. The old teacher listened politely, occasionally smiling, rarely responding. Eventually Sora became frustrated. "Do you disagree?" Tenzin looked surprised. "With what?" "Anything." The teacher laughed softly. "Why must I disagree?" The younger monk sighed. "Because discussion sharpens understanding." The old man nodded. "Sometimes." The answer felt incomplete. Again. Several days into the journey, they reached a mountain lake. The water was perfectly still. Not a ripple disturbed its surface. The monks stopped to rest. While others ate lunch, Tenzin sat beside the water silently. Sora joined him. For several minutes, neither spoke. Finally, the younger monk pointed toward the reflection. "The lake reflects the mountains perfectly." Tenzin nodded. "Yes." "Why?" The teacher smiled. "Because it is still." The answer arrived so quickly, that Sora almost missed it. Then he understood, or thought he did. The mind is like the lake. The old teacher smiled. Perhaps. The younger monk felt pleased. He recognized the metaphor, understood the symbolism, connected it to familiar teachings. Tenzin looked at him kindly, then asked, "Is your mind still right now?" The question landed unexpectedly, because the answer was no. His mind was analyzing, comparing, interpreting, thinking, constantly thinking. The realization felt uncomfortable. Weeks passed. The repair work continued. The shrine stood on a remote cliff overlooking vast valleys below. The labor was simple: carrying stones, repairing walls, clearing paths. Physical work occupied most of the day. At first, Sora found it frustrating. The tasks seemed intellectually unstimulating. No debates, no books, no complex questions, just work. Yet gradually, something changed. While carrying stones, he carried stones. While repairing walls, he repaired walls. The simplicity became strangely peaceful. For brief moments, thinking ceased. Not because he forced it, because attention became complete. The experience felt unfamiliar and refreshing. One evening, after a long day of work, the monks sat beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The air felt cool. The valley below was silent. The stars seemed endless. Sora found himself studying them automatically, naming constellations, recalling astronomical facts, calculating positions. Then he noticed Tenzin. The old teacher simply looked. No analysis, no categorization, just looking. The younger monk suddenly realized something. For years, he had known about the stars, but he rarely experienced them. The distinction stunned him. Knowledge described reality. Experience touched it. The two were not identical, not even close. The realization continued deepening. The next morning, he noticed birdsong differently, the wind differently, the feeling of sunlight differently. Not because these things changed, because his attention changed. For years, concepts had stood between him and direct experience. Names, definitions, explanations, descriptions, useful things, valuable things, yet incomplete things. The menu was not the meal. The map was not the territory. The word was not the experience. The understanding arrived gradually, like dawn. Several weeks later, the repair work ended. The shrine stood renewed. The monks prepared to return home. Before leaving, Sora climbed alone to a rocky overlook. The view stretched for miles. Mountains, forests, rivers, sky. For a long time, he sat quietly. No analysis, no interpretation, no need to understand everything, just presence. The experience felt simple, yet profound. For the first time in many years, he stopped trying to grasp reality and simply allowed it. During the journey home, Sora walked beside Tenzin. After several hours, he finally spoke. "I think I understand." The old teacher laughed. Dangerous words. The response made him smile. Then Sora continued. "I spent years counting stars." Tenzin nodded. "Yes, but I forgot to look at the sky." The old teacher stopped walking. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Tenzin bowed slightly. The gesture surprised him. "Why are you bowing?" The teacher smiled. "Because you finally answered your own question." Months later, the wandering teacher departed. Life at the monastery returned to normal. Or so it seemed. The library remained. The books remained. The teachings remained. Sora continued studying, continued learning, continued teaching. But something fundamental had changed. Knowledge no longer felt like ownership. It felt like a tool, a guide, a finger pointing toward the moon, not the moon itself. When younger monks asked questions, he still answered. But more often, he asked questions in return. More often, he encouraged direct experience. More often, he admitted uncertainty. And strangely, the more humble he became, the wiser he seemed. Years later, a novice entered the monastery. Bright, curious, exceptionally intelligent. The young monk reminded everyone of Sora, including Sora himself. One evening, the novice proudly recited dozens of teachings from memory. The performance impressed everyone. Afterward, the novice asked, "Master, what do you think?" Sora smiled warmly, then pointed toward the night sky. Thousands of stars shone above them. "What do you see?" The novice immediately began naming constellations, planets, astronomical patterns. Sora listened patiently, then asked, "And what else?" The novice fell silent. The older monk smiled. The lesson was beginning again, as it always does. And perhaps that is the lesson. Knowledge is valuable. Study is valuable. Learning is valuable. The Buddha himself encouraged investigation, reflection, and understanding. Yet intellectual knowledge has limits. A person can memorize every teaching about compassion and still fail to be compassionate. A person can understand every description of stillness and still possess a restless mind. A person can count every star and never truly experience wonder. The monk who counted the stars reminds us that wisdom requires more than information. It requires direct experience, presence, practice. The Buddha often compared teachings to a raft, useful for crossing a river, but not something to carry forever afterward. Concepts guide us. Experience transforms us. Knowledge points the way. Practice walks the path. For the person who only studies water may remain thirsty. The person who drinks understands something entirely different. And sometimes the greatest wisdom begins the moment we stop counting stars long enough to simply look up and see the sky. In the hush of understanding, Zen offers us another glimpse of what it means to recognize worth not by weight or shine, but by presence. Here starts the next story. Long ago, in a kingdom surrounded by rivers and rice fields, there was a lake unlike any other. From a distance, the lake appeared beautiful. Its waters reflected the sky. White clouds drifted across its surface. Birds nested among the reeds. Travelers often stopped to admire it. Yet anyone who came closer noticed something strange. The water near the shore was dark and muddy. The bottom of the lake was thick with silt. Rotting leaves gathered beneath the surface. The smell was not always pleasant. Many villagers avoided it. Children rarely played near it. Most people preferred the clear streams flowing down from the mountains. Only one thing drew visitors to the lake. Every summer, thousands of lotus flowers bloomed across the water. Their petals were brilliant white and soft pink. Their fragrance drifted through the air. From the muddy depths below emerged some of the most beautiful flowers in the entire kingdom. Among the villagers lived a young woman named Maya. Maya was known for her kindness. She helped elderly neighbors. She cared for injured animals. She shared food with those who had little. Yet despite her gentle nature, she carried a quiet sadness. Years earlier, her father had died unexpectedly. Soon afterward, drought damaged the family's crops. Debt followed. Several close friends moved away. One hardship seemed to arrive after another. Though Maya continued smiling, she often wondered why life felt so difficult. Sometimes she looked at other people and imagined they carried fewer burdens. She assumed they were happier, stronger, luckier. Meanwhile, she felt trapped by circumstances she could not change. One morning, after a particularly difficult week, Maya climbed a hill overlooking the village. There she found an elderly monk sitting beneath a tree. The monk was known throughout the region as Venerable Ketu. People traveled great distances to hear his teachings. Yet whenever someone asked him the secret to happiness, his answer was surprisingly simple. Look carefully. That was often all he said. Maya approached and bowed respectfully. Master, she said, may I ask a question? Of course. She sat beside him. For several moments she searched for the right words. Finally she spoke. Why does suffering seem to follow some people more than others? The monk looked toward the distant lake. Does it? It feels that way. The old monk nodded slowly. And what suffering follows you? Maya hesitated. Then the story poured out. She spoke of grief, loss, disappointment, fear, loneliness, dreams that had never come true. The monk listened without interruption. When she finished, silence settled between them. A gentle breeze moved through the grass. Far below, the lake shimmered in the sunlight. Finally, Venerable Ketu stood. Come with me. They walked down the hillside toward the water. The path wound through fields and groves of trees. Neither spoke. Eventually they reached the edge of the lake. The air smelled of earth and water. Hundreds of lotus flowers floated across the surface. Their petals glowed beneath the afternoon sun. The sight was breathtaking. Maya smiled despite herself. They're beautiful. Yes, said the monk. They continued walking until they reached a narrow wooden dock. The water below was dark. Maya could barely see beneath the surface. The monk pointed downward. What do you see? Mud. And above it, lotus flowers. The old monk nodded. Then he asked a strange question. If the mud disappeared, what would happen to the lotus? Maya frowned. She had never considered such a thing. I suppose there would be no lotus. The monk smiled. Exactly. For a moment she did not understand. Then the old monk continued. Every person loves the flower. No one loves the mud. Yet without the mud, the flower could never exist. They sat together on the dock. Dragonflies drifted across the water. Somewhere nearby, a bird called softly from the reeds. The monk picked up a lotus blossom floating near the edge. People often wish for lives without difficulty. They wish for growth without challenge, wisdom without mistakes, compassion without heartbreak, courage without fear. He held the flower gently, but the lotus does not grow despite the mud. It grows because of the mud. Maya stared at the blossom. Its petals seemed impossibly clean, yet its roots rested deep within darkness. For the first time, she began to understand what the monk was saying. Still, a part of her resisted. Are you saying suffering is good? The monk shook his head. No. Suffering is painful. Loss is painful. Grief is painful. He looked toward the horizon. But pain often becomes the soil from which wisdom grows. The words settled into Maya's heart, yet understanding them fully would take time. The following months brought new challenges. A severe storm damaged several homes in the village. Many families needed help rebuilding. Maya volunteered immediately. Day after day she carried wood, repaired roofs, and delivered food. The work was exhausting. Yet she noticed something surprising. Because she had experienced hardship herself, she understood the fears of those who had lost so much. She knew how loneliness felt. She knew what uncertainty felt like. Her own suffering allowed her to comfort others in ways that simple advice never could. One evening, after helping an elderly widow repair her home, Maya returned to the lake. The lotus flowers were beginning to close for the night. The setting sun painted the water gold. As she watched them, she remembered the monk's words. Perhaps compassion had grown from her grief. Perhaps patience had grown from her struggles. Perhaps strength had grown from difficulties she once wished had never happened. The realization felt both comforting and unsettling. Several years passed. Maya's life slowly improved. The family debt was repaid. The harvests became more reliable. New friendships formed. Yet life remained life. Not every year was easy. Not every season brought happiness. There were still losses, still disappointments, still moments of uncertainty. The difference was that Maya no longer viewed suffering in the same way. She no longer saw hardship as proof that something was wrong with her life. Instead, she began asking a different question. Whenever difficulty appeared, she would quietly ask, "What might this be teaching me?" Sometimes the answer came quickly. Sometimes it took years, but eventually every challenge revealed something. One winter, a young man named Nareen arrived in the village. He had recently lost his business. His confidence was shattered. Every conversation revolved around his failure. "I had everything planned," he often said, "and now everything is ruined." The villagers tried encouraging him. Nothing helped. Finally, someone suggested he speak with Maya. By then, she had become known for her calm wisdom. Naren found her beside the lake one afternoon. The lotus season had ended. Only broad green leaves remained. The water appeared quiet and still. After listening to his story, Maya pointed toward the lake. "What do you see?" The young man looked confused. "Water." "What else?" "Leaves." "What else?" He shrugged. "Mud beneath the surface, I suppose." Maya smiled. Then she told him the story Venerable Ketu had once shared with her. The story of the lotus, the story of mud, the story of growth. When she finished, Nareen sat silently for several minutes. Finally he asked, "So you're saying my failure may not be the end?" Maya looked across the lake. The lotus never curses the mud. It simply grows. Years later, villagers would often bring their children to the lake. They would point toward the flowers and share the lesson. The children listened with fascination. Some understood immediately. Most did not. That was natural. Certain truths reveal themselves only through experience. One spring morning, many years after their first meeting, Maya visited Venerable Ketu once again. The monk was very old now. His hair had turned completely white. His movements were slower, yet his eyes still carried the same gentle clarity. Together they walked to the lake. Thousands of lotus blossoms covered the water. The sight was more beautiful than Maya remembered. The monk smiled. "You understand now?" It was not a question. Maya nodded. "More than I did before." "And what do you understand?" She looked across the lake. For a long moment she remained silent. Then she answered, "I understand that everyone sees the flower." The monk waited. "But few people appreciate the mud." A smile spread across his face. Maya continued, "I spent years wishing my life had been easier. I thought happiness belonged to people who never suffered." She touched one of the lotus petals. "Now I see that much of what is best within me grew from places I once wanted to escape." The monk nodded. Wisdom often arrives quietly, not as a sudden revelation, not as a dramatic moment, but as a gradual understanding born from living. The afternoon sun reflected across the water. The lotus flowers swayed gently in the breeze, and Maya realized something else. The lotus never remains in bloom forever. Eventually its petals fall, its beauty fades, the seasons change. Yet each year it rises again from the same muddy depths, again and again, just as human beings rise after disappointment, after grief, after failure, after loss. Not because life is easy, but because growth often emerges from the very places that seem darkest. And perhaps that is the lesson of the lotus. When we look at our struggles, we often see only mud. We see confusion, pain, fear, disappointment. Yet beneath the surface, something may already be growing. Patience, compassion, humility, wisdom, strength. The flower is not separate from the mud. The flower is born from it. So when difficult seasons arrive, remember the lotus. Remember that what appears dark today may one day nourish something beautiful. And remember that some of the most extraordinary flowers in the world begin their journey hidden beneath the mud. As the lantern of awareness glows a little brighter, we come to a tale about seeing with more than the eyes. Let the stillness guide you now, and listen carefully to the next story.